stream.
Hey everybody, welcome to TNT Tabletop. I'm your host Tony. Moose, how you doing, buddy? So where to begin? So I added a few things to the stream today. Nothing crazy, just more direction. Because there was one thing that always bothered me was anytime I made changes to something on the stream, y'all really can't tell if I did or didn't. I mean, at least I would notice that when I'm watching the stream, like when I'm working out or something, I'll see myself punching in numbers. Happy spoopy seasons. Yes. My favorite time of the year. Hence why I made these. But yeah, so like I was always noticing that the you were having like there was no visuals there to show that any changes were made other than a number changing. That's it. That bothers me. I'm like, I want to direct direct you where you need to be looking at every point. And so I added a few things, little effects that pop up when I make little changes. Not on everything, but on the crucial stuff like taking damage, sanity damage, corruption points, changing initiative. So I added all these little tiny flares on that, and then of course I made the at the top of the screen I made the depth track a little bit more pop a little bit more, like the location of where the depth and the darkness markers are. I just they seemed bland to me, and I wanted them to pop a little bit more. But that's what I did. Oh, and I also added a, quite a bit of flair to the redeem interface at the bottom. So it shows you where your points are going. Like you'll see this flare come up and go to the side, the other one going to the other side, or going to the same side. Like it's not quite triggering when I want it to. I want it to come off when, and I got an idea how to do it. It's just the idea popped into my head the moment I started the stream. So if you're seeing little flares going off and it's a little bit too early. I want it to go off when, like when you pay for, when you spend redeem points for, like, let's say, I need to check and see if my redeems are working, by the way. Whenever you pay for like one of the dice redeems, you'll see the die come up and just kind of sit there and then go back. I kind of want it to wait to trigger the flare until it goes back. This way it's like, oh, it's the die, and then it goes back and it shows you which direction it's going, or where the points are going. I figured that'd be awesome. The unfortunate thing is that I have it programmed right now to trigger the moment the dice comes in. I have to do some extra steps to kind of make it come off with a time delay. So, but it's there. It's just at this point I gotta program it right. Let me check on something here for a second. But yeah, that's what I pretty much spent all day yesterday working on. It was a lot of fun to build. Let me just make doubly sure certain things are running here. It's actually one thing I failed to do before starting the stream. I keep telling myself, always check this first. So, redeems rewards. Just want to make sure they're all working. Yep, there we go. Cool. They are all on. But yeah, so that's pretty much what I did yesterday. Just more along lines of sprucing, like kind of just, like I said, more direction to where you should be looking when certain things happen. And my next goal is to actually add the little tracker. I want to have a little piece of paper that has like up to maybe 8 different lines of things that I can pop in there as reminders, because there's a lot of times where, you know, I write little notes on my character sheets from the travel stays or the town stay that's for the next adventure, and I forget about it. And I'm like, thinking at the end of every turn, that little thing will come up and remind me, hey, you have all this to do. That would help. So I figured it would take up this side of the screen where usually you see the darkness cards and all that. So, but yeah, so that's pretty much what I did yesterday. Tomorrow I get some plans. I'm building some things. Well, I got some chores to do, but once I'm done with that, I got some things I'm gonna start on. I wasn't gonna start on until November, but I'm like, you know, let's have fun with this. while it's fresh, and I've got an idea for some stuff to make this stream a little more crazy than it already is. I mean, I really want to tell you what it is. I'm very excited for it. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Um, might be distracting for us on the stream, but at the same time, it's like I just think it would be hilarious. Little tiny events triggering when certain conditions happen on Twitch. So, anyway, again, thank you all for showing up. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to get us back to the normal stream session here. Yep, so as you can see on this side, the depth track now has kind of a pulsing thing to it. I feel like as if it does a better job at presenting itself. Because before it was, I don't know, it just seemed very bland. Now it looks a lot better. Same thing goes with health and all that. I'll give you a little demonstration. So let's say Enrique took 2 points of damage. These are all the, this is what we were left at the end of last stream, by the way. And I'll go over that here in a second. But let's say Enrique took 3 points of damage. There, see a little flare popped up when he took that 3 points of damage. So on top of being at half health and all that stuff, all these other little things trigger. Like I said, I'm trying to direct your vision to make sure that you're actually seeing that things are changing as we're going. Just like the initiative tracker. We go down. Oh, look, it's a flare. It flares too. So, just little tiny things here and there to kind of sprucing up the stream, because I don't like it. I like it looking organic, and I like it looking like as if it's alive. And that's what I'm going for. So, other than that, I haven't really added anything else. I still want to do some things to those player panels to demonstrate that money's gone up, Darkstone's gone up, all that stuff. But it's going to take me a little while to figure out, because they're not little circles like everything else. So anyway, with that being said, that's pretty much it, I think, that I've added. Yeah, I think that's it that I've added yesterday. Oh, yeah, how can I forget? I know exactly what to do here. So, whenever you spend your redeems points, you know, that little thing comes up, the little dice comes up and goes around the other side of the screen. The flare I was telling you about, I want it to delay probably 1.5 seconds. But this is what it looks like, really. And I want it to right there. Like once that die goes back around, I want it to pop up then. So, but that's what it looks like. So of course, when you spend redeemed points, they go to that side. As you can see, if we spend them, if we spend the actual dice, you'll see it go to the other side. And you'll notice that we hit the quarter milestone, and therefore a game property pops up. So everybody's -1 lore when that happens. So let me refresh here and go back to where we started. Reset bar. Remember correctly, we were here. There we go. And but yeah, so that's how things are right now. Like I said, I want those to trigger about 1.5 seconds when the initial animation comes up, and I got a way to do that. It's just took me till before the stream to figure that out. So before we continue, I did pick a mission. It's a different one. It's a little bit frightening. There was one I was looking at earlier that was actually a lot more frightening, where we started at a cross section, and just hell breaks loose. And it looks fun. It gives you... Is that the one? Or is it escape? No, it's the blow up the mine. So, no, on the blow up the mine one... Okay, so the escape one, we would start on a cross section, and we would have to navigate to find the exit. And then blow up the mine was every time we got a clue token, we actually... There's an entrance, then a T section, and we have to decide which direction we have to go. And we actually have to trigger a clue token to find the end of that pathway, place a dynamite, and go to the other one and do the same thing. The more I thought about that, the more I was like, man, I don't think I have the table space for that. So I had to pass. I wanted to do it, but I just don't have the table space for that. So we're doing what's called Seal the Gate. And it's the third mission in the City of the Ancients. So, but anyway, we'll kind of recap what we did on Friday. So on Friday, we completed the rest of the mission. where we took on. We were originally supposed to take on a horrible group of wasteland scavengers, following two crab monsters and a legendary war master. And after reading the rules, because it was an epic threat, we had to choose an epic threat. Well, not choose, we had to draw an epic threat. And when I read the rules of him, of the War Master, and then the rules that his posse gains because they're part of his crew, I was like, each and every one of them was getting a stupid amount of attacks per turn, on top of getting endurance, armor, and a whole bunch of other stuff. I was like, dude, there's no way we're taking these guys on, especially considering we had no bandages. All we had was whiskey. And I was like, there's no way we're going to be able to heal our characters up. But luckily, Enrique here has a mutation called Third Eye. And Third Eye allows me to spend 2 grit, which he just so happened to have after we spent all our grit to get rid of those damn darkness growing dread cards. Which, by the way, on this mission, we're starting off with 1. We saw boards. We'll get to that here in a second. So, luckily, he had this ability called the Third Eye from the mutation. And what it does is that I spend 2 grit and I get to redraw that threat card. And we did. And we still had to fight something pretty nasty, but not nearly as bad as that group. When I saw what that group was able to do, I was like, dude, first turn, they're dropping 2 people. Easy dropping 2 people. Because I think the leader had 12 attacks at 3 damage a pop. And even with Isamu having endurance 3, that's 12 hits at 3 damage a pop, ignoring defense on some of them. He's dead. And he's a tank. He's a stout freaking tank. But he wouldn't survive those attacks. I mean, think about that. 12 times 3. Yeah, that's more than double his health. But anyway, so we took on another group, and it actually ended up being, once again, we ran into it, the Terralisk. We took on the Terralisk. We took on a posse of 4 Scafford. I forget what they were called, Scafford dudes, but Miss Bush, how you doing? You know what? I need to be giving out the, how you doing today? It's a beautiful Sunday here. Give some shout outs here. Moose, are you going to start streaming again? But yeah, so we took on the Terralisk, and we took on the Scafford gang, 4 Scafford gang members, and 1 Tredaran shock trooper. Just doing laundry before stream. Oh, nice. Very nice. Yeah, that's pretty much... I don't know, my upkeep was setting up everything. But usually before stream, I'm like playing with the cameras and sound and all, trying to make everything work. That's pretty much what I did during your stream yesterday, was doing dishes. But yeah, so we took on that group, and that shock trooper was horrifying. That was that swaying attack or something like that. But he just came in and he had like a big template weapon, and it hit just about everybody and dropped them, I think, like, what, 6 points of health apiece or something? It was just ridiculous. It was a lot of damage. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, so we took on that group. Of course, I made the priority the shock trooper. Actually, was it the shock trooper? No, it was the highwaymen, because the highwaymen were ridiculous. They were getting a lot of shots, and they were getting, I think, their shots and melee all at the same time. And I wanted to make sure I dropped them first. Shock trooper had to cool down his weapon for 1 turn, so we managed to take him down after that. And if I remember correctly, the Terralisk gulped up Murphy, and then Murphy pried himself out of the creature again. I am hoping to finish the painting tonight. Oh, good. Yeah, definitely want to see the finished product, because what I saw Friday night was turning out really, really good. But yeah, we managed to take them on, take them down, and then we went to the travel part of the game where we discovered we're going to a small town, so everybody had to roll. Was it a small town? No, it was a medium town. Everybody had to roll for automatic travel hazards, and yeah, we ran into another. We always seemed, every time we come back, we always seem to run into a dispatch of soldiers. I mean, it's a good thing, but still, we ran into a dispatch of soldiers. They helped us with our rolls. They did help us with our rolls. If we didn't have them, we would have been in serious trouble during that town stay. But ran into them and a whole bunch of other things, and then back to town. We grouped up. I think we geared up on bandages, which we failed to do the last time. And then, well, we kind of head out. We were only gonna stay that one, I think it was one day. We were only gonna stay for that one day anyway, but we end up failing on the town stay track, and we end up rolling a hazard where the posse spotted a void tornado destroying the neighboring town, and it freaked them all out. And well, that's where we are now, where everybody is now got less sandy because of what they've seen, and on top of that, we've had people spend grit to get out of trouble. So, oh, and then on top of that, that void tornado caused a growing dread card to come out, if I remember correctly. So, not a good start to this adventure, but we only need 2 clues for this one, I think. But I'll go ahead and read out what it is. Let me get rid of the background here. So it's called Seal the Void. A stable void gate has opened deep in the nearby mine, and all manner of horrific monstrosities are pouring out. Finding a way to seal the gate within the ancient occult tomb, the local holy man led a group down into the mine a few days ago to try to put a stop to the rampage. They have not been heard from since, and the waves of creatures are getting stronger and more frequent. Something must be done, or this entire area will be overrun in a matter of days. So the setup is we're all on the main tile. Let me get rid of this. This was actually for the original one. The original one I was about to choose, which was the dynamite one. But again, I don't have the time. I don't have the table space. Until I can move all that junk out of here, I don't have the table space, which I'm close. Everything's ready to go into storage at this point. So the heroes must discover the fate of the previous expedition to retrieve the occult book. They must then find the void gate and use the book to collapse and seal it. So the special rules. Leading darkness. Due to the extra void energy surrounding this area, the darkness moves D3+1 steps on the death track at the start of the game. After setup before the first turn, this may lead to an immediate attack on the heroes as they approach the entrance. So let's go ahead. Well, at the very start, we could potentially be at 4. Darkness at level 4. Wow. So 1d3+1. So we're only 2 in, which means we do get a darkness card. And we'll do the darkness card here in a second. Creature summoning. During the final fight, anytime hold back the darkness roll is failed, roll a d6. On a roll of 1, 2, or 3, immediately add a low threat card. Metaphysician with a raid! Welcome, streamers. Raiders. How you doing, bud? Let me give you a shout out here. Yeah, welcome, Raiders. If you're not familiar, we are TNT Tabletop. We play primarily Shadows of Brimstone on this stream, because it's a fun tabletop dungeon crawler. If you're into let's say Lovecraftian horror, they've added a whole bunch of other things as well, like Japanese mythology, Norse mythology, a whole bunch of stuff they've added to the game. If you're into that stuff, doing good, need to do some adulting, enjoy the games, gonna lurk, awesome. Thank you for the lurk and for the raid, Meta. But yeah, if you're into dungeon crawlers, like Diablo or anything like that, this is like the equivalent of that, but it's like cowboys and feudal Japan taking on the evils of the world, stuff like I was saying earlier, Lovecraft and all that. There's also themes from other movies in here, in a sense. If you liked Event Horizon, there's a world in this game that is similar to Event Horizon, the derelict ship. Mad Max, there's a post-apocalyptic world as well. So welcome to the stream. And it's going to be a little bit of a slow start because I'm currently reading the rules for our next mission or our next adventure, and then we'll carry on from there. Usually the beginning is a bit slow, and then we start getting into some fights and some encounters. Okay, so the creature summoning. During the final fight, anytime Hold Back the Darkness full roll is failed, which happens often, roll a d6. And a roll of 1, 2, or 3, immediately draw a low threat card and add it to the fight. These enemies are placed normally, not in ambush. Oh, that's good. At least they don't get their bonus initiative. And then we got Sealing the Gate. When on the same map tile as the gate, the hero with the occult book, I'm going to make that Murphy. Why not? Murphy, well, you know what? It's funny. Actually, Murphy is the one actually holding an item called the occult book. The book of the occult. So it kind of works out. And that's the one that gives us the prevented darkness, the darkness from moving on the track. You know what? I'm going to use that right now. Because I don't want to start. You know what? I don't know if I really want the darkness already. We could cancel it. We could totally cancel it out right now if I have Murphy. Oh, actually, it's the beginning of the round before anything happens, so no, he can't use it. Never mind. We are actually in, and we will get a darkness card. So the hero with the occult book may attempt to read from it once per turn. During his activation, make a Spirit 5+ test. For every 5+ roll, gain 10 XP and place a sanity marker on the gate. When there are 5 or more sanity markers on the gate, it is sealed, and the gate end cap is replaced with a normal end cap. So, dang. It takes... Seriously? Make a Spirit 5. Who's got the best Spirit? Definitely not Murphy. It's going to have to be Enrique. We'll just say Enrique has the occult book. I'm going to go ahead and write that on his sheet. Because I want to take luck 4 instead of 2. That's so much better. Okay, so here's the that's the wrong one. Here's the objectives. The first clue. The first clue the heroes find is the location of the ill-fated previous expedition, as well as the location of the occult book they were carrying with them. Ignore any attacks or encounters listed on the exploration token. Instead, the heroes must draw a threat card that is 1 threat higher. So we're going to be taking on a high threat instead of a medium threat. 1 threat higher than normal to battle. These are the creatures that killed the first expedition. At the end of this fight, the heroes find the occult book amongst the bodies of the fallen and may choose which hero will carry it. It's going to be Enrique. The second clue. The second clue the heroes find is the location of the Void Gate. Ignore any attacks or encounters listed on that exploration token. Also, ignore any door gate icon on the token, as the objective room has only one exit, and that is the Void Gate. Heroes may not move through the Void Gate, as it leads directly into the abyss of the Void. Reveal all growing dread cards in the stack as normal, and then the heroes must face an epic threat that is guarding the Void Gate. Oh, God. As long as the Void Gate is open, at least we have that third eye. That third eye is going to save us, so I need to keep 2 grit at all times. As long as the Void Gate is open, the creature's summoning rule above is active in the final room. So every turn, if we fail, we roll d6. On a 1, 2, or 3, it's a low threat that's added to the fight. This could be bad. Also, the hero with the occult book may use the Sealing the Gate rule above. If the hero with the occult book is KO'd, the book drops in the space and may be picked up for free by any hero moving into that space. Once the Void Gate has been sealed and all remaining enemies have been defeated, the heroes have successfully completed the mission. This is going to be a hard mission. So we need to find two clue tokens. The first one's going to be for finding the occult book and, of course, the dead people who are holding it. And then the second clue is going to be the Void Gate that we're looking for. Pretty straightforward. I just don't like that final rule of rolling a d6 on failed depth of Hold Back the Darkness. So, now we're at the start of the turn. We can finally start doing things. So, what we're going to do first is pull out a darkness card, because we're on a darkness space on the depth track. And what we find is Swarm of Rats. A scurrying tide of rats pours through the passage, swarming over the heroes and passing by. Each hero takes 2 corruption hits. gains 20 XP, and must then pass an Agility 4 plus test or discard one side bag token. I don't think we have anybody great at agility. No. So, first things first, everybody takes 2 corruption hits. So that's going to be... Oh, God. Okay, so Enrique's going to go first. He's taking... Yeah, this could be bad for Montana. So he's taking 2 corruption hits, and he needs 5 pluses. He takes 1 corruption damage. There we go. It's triggering. Good. And then it's Montana. She needs 4 pluses against these. Fails both, and guess what that means? She doesn't have a grit. Oh, she does have a grit. I could try to ignore it by spending a grit. And I think I'm going to do it. So I'm going to spend a grit from her. I don't want her mutating already. Gee, how many does she have? You know what? She's taking those 2 hits. It's only 1. She's only got 1 mutation, so she's got to mutate. So, anybody who's new to the stream, welcome and congratulations to your first experience in what this game is. So what happens is that as you're playing the game is very unforgiving. Very unforgiving. Especially when you're levels 1 through 2. You just get your ass kicked all the time. And instead of actually full-blown dying, you're incapacitated in the means of which you were taken down, which could be through health, sanity, or corruption. Health, if you're taken down, you're going to be getting an injury, which is not exactly permanent. You can get it fixed by a doctor in town or whatever. Like, there's a means to get rid of an injury, just like madness. If you're taken down by sanity, you get a madness. And again, you have to find a church, or there's like an Indian trading post where you can actually get like some type of ritual done and get rid of the madness. And then same thing with corruption. Corruption, you can get it you get a mutation instead of a madness or an injury. And we're about to do that, a mutation. So what we do is we go to the mutation part of this. Am I in the wrong book? Nope. Okay, so. And one of these days I'm going to scan these 2 pages. And I've already got the injury and madness pages scanned and ready to go. I just need to add them to the stream. But I've got like a giant list of things I'm trying to add to the stream and fix. So I think this should be my next thing after I add the note taker. So mutations, what we do is we roll D36. And what D36 is basically just taking 2 dice. Is it 2 dice? Yes, it's taking 2 dice, declaring one as the tenths, and the other one is, single digit. And we kind of just put them together, and that's what you get. But luckily, I use a dice roller, so I kind of have it all customly configured. So, configured. So, 55 is what we're getting a mutation on for Montana. Oh, no. I tried really hard to make her faster. I mean, this thing's awesome, and this would have made Isamu amazing if I kept it on him, but she's now fused with rock. Your skin is fused with chunks of rock, making you lumbering and slow. You are now -2 movement each turn to a minimum of 1. However, you also gain 4+ armor. She's going to be hard to kill, but she's also slow as hell. So she's now got fused with armor, fused with... I'm going to definitely get rid of that. Fused with rock. -1 move. And 4+ armor. So how armor works, for anybody new, is whenever you're attacked, you get your defense. The defense is on every character. So you roll a defense die to see if you get hit by that attack or not. And then there's armor. Armor actually goes... I think it's supposed to go before defense, but... Oh no, it goes after defense. What am I thinking? I'm thinking of cover. So armor acts this way. Like, it takes all the damage that you took, and you have to roll for each individual wound. And getting a 4+ on every single wound, half of those wounds statistically should go away. So armor is really, really, really good. Okay, so don't need you anymore. She's now... What's your speed? 3? Oh my god, she's slow. I might need to have her and Isamu trade. Yeah, she's just too slow. Luckily, she's got range, but either way, she is just too... She's a 3 movement. Oof. All right, so now we finished... Oh, no, that's Montana. Now we have to do Isamu. He's taking 2 hits. He needs to make 5 pluses on these. Wow, okay. He's good. He's got spirit armor, which is just like armor. So if he took any mental damage, he gets to re-roll them. And then, yeah, Murphy took both hits. So let me get rid of the corruption on Montana now that she's mutated. And then Murphy takes 2 points of corruption damage, and it did not trigger correctly. I'll have to fix that later. Yeah, I'll have to fix that later. So, we're done with that. Everybody gains 20 XP. So 20 XP for Murphy. 20 XP for Isamu. 20 for Montana. And then finally, cannot wait to add the apply to all. I've got apply to all on gold. I just haven't done it on XP yet. And grit isn't working for some reason. There's a error in a bug in my code. And then on top of that, everybody needs to make a 4+. Man. 4+ agility. So let's see what everybody's got. Enrique's got a 3. Montana's got a 3. Isamu and Murphy only have a 2 each. So we'll start with Enrique. He's got a 3, so he's going to make 3d6s. And he needs to make a... Was it a 4+? Yeah, he needs to make a 4+ on it. He gets it. So he doesn't have to lose anything. Montana's a 3 as well. Wow, she passed with flying colors. And then we got Isamu and Murphy with their 2. All he needs is a 4+. Of course, Isamu failed. And then Murphy passed. So Isamu needs to get rid of a side bag item. And side bag items, again, if you're new to the stream or new to Shadows of Brimstone, side bag items are basically like healing components, dynamite, explosives, stuff that some do require actions because they're like a combat action or something, like throwing dynamite's a combat action. But stuff like bandages, whiskey, tonics, that's all free actions. So this is all stuff that you can use to heal yourself and give yourself an additional grit, which grit is like a fate point in this game, if you're familiar with D&D. So you get to like re-roll dice or get more movement points, stuff like that. He's going to get rid of the whiskey. I could get rid of the dynamite, but dynamite's $200 a pop. He doesn't use that much of it, and we have so much dynamite now that... But again, dynamite's $200, whiskey's 50, sometimes 40. All right, we're done with that card, so we can put that away. And now we're starting the round, finally. Again, I told you, I'm sorry, it's a very slow start, especially this mission, considering that first thing we did was run into a darkness card right off the bat. There is a chance we would have actually fought something in this very room, but we got lucky. Well, kinda. Montana mutated from a gaggle of rats. So, start of the turn, we start with Enrique. As you can see, he's highlighted at the bottom of the screen. It's going by initiative order. So Enrique's going to go first. And Enrique... Where are you? There he is. Let me use my pointer. So there's Enrique. And Enrique is going to do what? He's going to roll for grit first. And how grit works, for anybody new, how grit works in Shadows of Brimstone is normally you're supposed to roll a die for how many movement points you get. I hate that rule because if you roll a 1, you move 1 space. It's ridiculous. So how I play the game is I do the additional rules in the back where it's you have 4 movement. But now instead of rolling for moving, you're rolling for your grit. And what would happen is that when you're rolling for move or for grit, if you ever roll technically a 1, you get a grit back. My thing is I'm rolling on 6s because the dice that come with the game, the custom dice, the 6th face is an icon. I'm like, it just makes more sense to do it that way. So he's going to roll for grit, see if he can get it back. He does not. Enrique actually had a 5+ because he's a bandito. But he's got... That's... I put the wrong information here. He's a 5. Montana's the 3. So, Enrique's got a 5 movement. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And his action, I'm going to have him scavenge the room. And so scavenging works this way. Like, instead of just moving up and be like, I can't do anything, the developers are like, well, you can look around and see if there's anything there. And the whole thing is like, you're going through this mine or this dungeon or this area and you're finding deer or stuff randomly just on the ground. And so how this works is you do your movement and then you're like, okay, I'm going to spend my action scavenging. And it's typically 3d6, and on 6 pluses, you find something. Enrique found something. And you can only do it X amount of times. We're playing 4 players, so it's 2 times per room. But I do have a character that gets +1. So he does it once. And what he finds is, and usually scavenging for me doesn't really work well. Yeah, as I figured. He does get 20 experience because he's a scoundrel, so he gets double what he finds on the card. But the game added a Growing Dread card to the stack. And Growing Dread cards are bad. What they do is at the very end of the game, actually throughout the game, you're adding cards to that stack. And what they are is, it's just like how it's saying, it's Growing Dread. Like, that thing's building up, and I'm freaking out about it. So it's like, what happens is that at the very end, before you fight the final boss, which is going to be an epic threat this game, you have to reveal all of those. And I've had it happen before, where those cards by themselves wiped my team. And it was actually this team. So, yeah, I hate Growing Dread cards. But you can get rid of them. If you save up all the grit you can, every character spends 1 grit to get rid of one of those cards before it's drawn. So that's the end of Enrique's turn. And we now move on to Montana, who's right here. She's going to roll for hit grit as well. She doesn't get it, but she's going to move up 3 because she's mutated. 1, 2, and 3. Man. And she's also going to scavenge this room. Oh, I need to give Enrique his 20 XP. Okay, he's pretty close to leveling, too. Montana's going to roll 3d6. And she doesn't find anything in there. After her, we've got Isamu and Murphy. And I always have Isamu go first. Isamu's actually got a pretty decent move. I'm just realizing I'm looking at the wrong thing here. Okay, so he's actually got a pretty good move. He's got a 7, so he's just going to straight up run across here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he's going to peek through that doorway. I don't think I shuffled this deck, so I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Might have to do the same thing to the encounters, because this could be a room, could be a passageway. If it's a room, great. That means we're closer to the exit. So how that works is that there's 2 different types of rooms. There's passageways and rooms. And rooms are what you want. That's going to give you what's called an exploration token. And what happens is that you flip the exploration token, and it tells you whether you have a clue or not. It also tells you how many doorways are in that room and what happens in that room. A lot is revealed in exploration. When you find a passageway, it's just a passageway. There's nothing special to it. Although there are some missions that turn passageways into threats, or you can grant encounters in those rooms. So he's going to find a forked path, and that is in the base game. Let me find the tile for that. Kind of a hard tile to find. So this is the tile that he finds, or the room that he finds. And because it's the mines, I don't have the mines special rules removed yet for the which way advanced encounter. So I'm going to kind of ignore that for now. I need to go through the entire mines deck, encounter deck, which is huge, and pull them out. Oh, that's gotten big. Sorry, this is my discard deck, and I haven't updated. I haven't been pulling things out from it. But anyway, that's the card of the room that we found. And we'll get to the exploration part of the game when everybody's done. So that's what Isamu's doing. Next, we got Murphy. Murphy here is... Did I roll grit? I did not roll grit for Isamu. He didn't get it. Wow, I'm rolling ones. Next is Murphy. He's going to roll for grit. What is up with that? Okay, so he's just going to move up. He's got a 6 movement. He's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kind of block the way. And he's going to scavenge the prior room since it's only been scavenged once. He gets a 5 scavenge because he's got a looking glass and he's also a prospector. Okay, so he finds nothing. So that's the end of the round, end of everybody's activation. At this point, I do need to add this to the stream one day. I want to go down to 0. And I want to come up with exploration. But here is where we draw the actual token for this room. And I have it all built on the stream. Game tokens. Explore. There we go. And, oh, wow. Okay, so both ways are doorways. But we also have to draw a darkness card, an encounter, and we did find the first clue token. So we did find the Book of the Occult, which is going to be on Enrique. So Enrique's got the Book of the Occult because he has the best spirit of the team. So, oh, what do? We need to do a darkness card, and then we have to do an encounter, which I need to shuffle. So, let's see. For the darkness card, now I can get rid of this if I want to. I do have abilities to do it. Winds of Change. Every hero immediately takes 2 wounds, ignoring defense, and 1 corruption for each mutation they have. That's actually a pretty bad card, because I have Montana with two mutations. I think everybody's got a mutation. At least one. Let's take a look. So if I decide to keep this card, we have Enrique with 1, Montana with 2, and then of course Murphy with 1. I think we're good. I think we can just take it because that's not really a bad card. It could be a lot worse, and I want to hold on to my rules for my actions to get rid of those cards because some of them are pretty nasty. So I guess we'll just do it. They're corruption hits. Okay, so 2 wounds, ignoring defense on everybody. So that would be Enrique took, oops, 2 points of damage. Montana took 2 points of damage. Sorry, I'm monitoring everything, making sure that it's all working properly. Isamu's taking 2 points of damage. And then Murphy's taking 2 points of damage. At least that one's working. I guess I have it programmed to trigger incorrectly on the corruption. Or it's not triggering at all. So there's that, and then we have to take corruption hits. So if Samu's fine, he has no mutations. So we have Enrique who needs a 5+ against the 1 mutation that he has. He's good. Montana's got 2. She needs 4 pluses. She does take 1 corruption hit, or 1 corruption damage. And then we've got Murphy with 1 as well. He needs a 5+, and he gets it. He's good. So we're done with that darkness card. And we're now moving on to the next part, which is an encounter. Probably should have grabbed a whole nother... Like I said, the encounter deck for the mines is so huge. I'm beginning to think I should have gone over there and grabbed a whole nother section of it. Because this is from the other day as well. But then again, all the ones I've been discarding are in that discard deck. Voices from the Void. Your mind burns with the eldritch fever. In the back of your head, you hear a raspy voice speaking in void tongue, plaguing you with arcane whispers to haunt your dreams. Everybody needs to make a Spirit 4 Plus test. There goes the camera. Everybody needs to make a Spirit 4 Plus test. Gain 15 XP for every 4 Plus rolled. For each die that did not make a 4 Plus, take 1 corruption hit. My God, this is like the mine of mutations. I swear. Take 1 corruption hit. If at least one hero failed the test, all heroes also take D6 horror hits. Oh my God, dude. Can I get rid of that? Hold on, let me see if I can get rid of that, because that's actually pretty bad. Because that could take Enrique down right now. Because he's very weak-willed. For somebody who's got amazing spirit, he doesn't have a good will. I'm gonna use Murphy's magical Norse pants, traveling pants. It's on a darkness roll, yeah, D6 roll of 3 plus, it's ignored. And I will grit roll this if I have to. I don't want this card. Good. Was that a 3 plus or a 4 plus? 3 plus. We're good. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. I don't want any more corruption. Don't want any more will damage. That was pretty bad. So, we're done with that. Both of these are doorways. We got 1 clue token, so we got the Book of the Occult. It's on Enrique. We're good to go. It's the end of the turn. Therefore, hold back the darkness at 7 plus. So Murphy's got the lantern. He's raising that thing up. And he does not stop the darkness from moving. Can do it right now. I'm going to do it. I'm going to spend Murphy's Book of the Occult. Once per adventure, prevent the darkness from moving on the death track. I'm going to do it right now. Why not? So we're good. It's the beginning of the round, so Enrique's back up. Enrique, God, Montana's gonna be so behind. He needs to roll for his grit. He needs a 5 plus. Doesn't get it, but he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That really pisses me off that she got that mutation. She's gonna be so slow. And then he's gonna scavenge that room. So he needs 3d6. Doesn't find anything. Next up is Montana. So she can only move 3. She's going to roll grit. Doesn't get it, but she's going to move up 1, 2, 3. She does have ways to get grit back, so I'm going to do it. She's going to spend her grit. I can't believe this happened this early in the game. This is ridiculous. So, I'm just giving her 3 more points. 1, 2, 3. She needs to catch up. Actually, I'll put it right here. She needs to catch up. Because I'm thinking we're going to go this direction. After that, she still has her action, so I'll go ahead and have her scavenge this room as well. She doesn't find anything. So moving on, we've got Isamu and Murphy. Isamu's going to race by them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's going to check out that room. And he finds the rail chutes, which is in the Caverns of Cinder expansion pack. So big again. Here we go. And we'll just kind of shift this over a little bit here. And it's coming in from this direction. So it's got 3 different entrances or doorways, but we most likely only see 2 of those at best. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Samu moved up. He scoped out the room. Ad break in 5 minutes, everybody. After him, it's gonna be Murphy. Murphy's gonna roll for his grit. And he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And he's gonna scavenge that room. So 5d6 is what he gets. He needs 6 pluses. He finds 3 scavenge. Draw a darkness card. So he gets 30 XP, and we draw a darkness card. I'm not having luck today. So 30 experience. Put away those cards. And we get a darkness. And I think I might still have some ways to get rid of darkness. The Edge of Forever. The portals seem to lead 1,000 different worlds across vastness of time and space. All unexplored doorways immediately become gates. So we have to actually... Okay, we have to roll and see which one of those are gates. That's actually supposed to be during the phase, though. Well, I'm guessing this is a doorway to, or gateway. Let me go ahead and get a file for that. Where are my gate tokens? Here they are. So, apparently, that is actually a world gate now. Okay. Huh. See, we haven't fully explored this room yet, so technically these aren't unexplored doorways. So, that is now a gate. Half tempted to go back. Love going to other worlds. So, okay. When did that come in? During the scavenge. Okay, so yeah, not... We'll put that away. So that's a gate. These are 2 actual doorways because they haven't been full. The doorways haven't been decided yet. So, with it being the end of the round, everybody's gone. We're now at exploration since we found a room. And what we find is... two doorways and an ambush attack. So, we need to roll and see where these doorways are. So if you notice, again, if you're new and new to Shadows of Brimstone, on the other side, I have all the cards that are kind of in the discard pile and in the Growing Dread pile. You'll see that the tile there has numbers on them, and we have to roll a d6, and the d6 will determine which one of those is an actual doorway. And we have 2 of them, so I have to roll 2 dice. 6 and 4, so that would mean that across the hall and this are the doorways. And I need an end cap. So this is an end cap. So nothing over there, but we do have these 2 doorways. Interesting. Okay, so... But we do have an ambush attack, so I have to actually draw a monster. We're taking on medium threat. I'll go ahead and draw a card for medium threat. Taking on 1 Night Terror and an additional low threat card. So 1 Night Terror and a low threat card. I'll hide that here for a second. 1 Troll. So 1 Night Terror and 1 Troll. Trolls are pretty nasty. We fought them on the derelict ship a few episodes ago. So they get an enemy trait. Ooh, they get a troll trait card. And they also get regeneration. Oh, their troll is reduced to 2. Their regeneration is reduced to 2. I think they're normally... Are they normally a 3? Well, Murphy made very quick work of them last time, so we'll see how we can do. Let me go get the models for them, and then I'll bring up the cards, and we'll go over their cards. They're pretty straightforward, if I remember correctly. So I need 1 Night Terror and 1 Troll. Okay. So that's the Night Terror. They hit pretty hard, but they came in the very base game, and I think it was the City of the Ancients. So they have like very basic rules, and that's the Troll. This is actually one of the models from the latest Kickstarter. So he does have some decent rules on him, but we need to pull up their cards to determine where they are in initiative order and also where they're located on the tile. Ad break in 30 seconds, you guys. This will give me time to kind of prepare everything. We need a monster card for the Night Terror. Night Terrors. Initiative 3. And I might give them elite abilities. I'll roll and see if I can give them elite abilities. Oh, everybody, welcome back to the break. I'm sorry, I read that all wrong. I thought it was saying 30 seconds till break, but welcome back. So what happened was that we had to roll to see what we were fighting. First thing we rolled was a Night Terror, and the Night Terror, it was a Night Terror, 1 Night Terror with an additional low threat card. So the low threat card I got, the Troll. He does have some extra abilities though, so I do need to give him a trait card, and his regeneration's lower. But I need to pull up his monster card first here. There we go. He's initiative 4, and so he is normally regeneration 3, but now he's regeneration 2. So at the beginning of every turn, he regenerates. He does have fear. I think the other guy has fear too. He might have terror. That's right, he gets to throw rocks, and it's a free attack, if I remember correctly. Yep. Makes a free range attack with the rock. I remember that hurting. So I need to give him a trait card. And I need to remember he has regeneration 2, not 3. So not that terrifying. You put away those cards here. So fear 2, regeneration 2, throws rocks. Again, I might give these guys some elite abilities just to make them a little more challenging, because this is kind of an easy fight. Troll gets a troll trait. It should be in this deck. There it is. So what I do is, I think there's usually 6 cards in here. Okay, there's 5 in this one. No, there's 6. And we shuffle them. And then we pull out a card. And these I would actually like to add to the stream. That would be awesome if I could add these to the stream. Like, I would like to have a trait card where I just type in the monster's name and it goes through and pulls a random card out of the deck without me having to actually pull these out. Wouldn't actually take too long for me to do. So what I'm going to choose is, you know what, this one was poking out. I'll grab that one. We're taking on Ice Trolls. So Ice Trolls. I don't know if y'all can read it from there. No, it's too far out. So Ice Trolls. There's no fluff on this at all for me to read, but they gain the keyword Frozen, which luckily we don't have any darkness cards that add or contribute to frozen monsters. Cold Spite gains 1 rage token for each wound it heals with regeneration. All of its combat hits are +1 damage for each rage it currently has. And it has now Endurance 4. It takes no more than 4 wounds. from any single hit. So Murphy can't one-shot this guy. There are weapons that ignore endurance, by the way. So they're initiative 4, and he's initiative 3, so they go first. So therefore, he's in the back. Because it's always ascending order when you're placing models. So he's in the back. Oh, man. So he's in the back, and the troll's right here. I don't know what they were doing. Conspiring against any people walking through, I guess. So I gotta remember they have this, and you're only regeneration 2. So we're kind of lucky on that regeneration 2. And anytime it regenerates, it gets more damage. That's awesome. Sucks for us, but that is cool. So with that being said, we've got all the cards out. Obviously, he's going to be first in line for the monsters, but Enrique, unfortunately for him, Enrique's first. So let me pop up some combat music here. And we did everything. We're good to go. So, beginning of the round, per usual, we have to hold back the darkness. We are actually 2 rooms in at this point. I keep forgetting to do that. I really should do that. Every time, yeah, I should actually build it that way. Sorry, I'm thinking to myself about making that go automatically. It would make more sense if I scanned the tiles and did that, but that'd take too much time. So anyway, let's go with the beginning of the turn. We have to roll 2d6 for hold back the darkness. And we got a 9, so we beat it. All we needed was a 7+, so we passed. So it's the beginning of the round. Enrique gets to go first, since he's got a higher initiative value than them. He's going to roll for his grit first, which he doesn't get. I really need to hold on to that grit. But he's going to move up 1, 2. Hold on a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can at least get the troll in range. He's got a range 6 weapon, his pistols. He won't be able to attack the Night Terror because the Night Terror is just outside of his range. 1, 2, 3. Could bring him into the room, but I don't want him to be the target. So, because that would put him in danger of being attacked by the troll and the Night Terror next turn, since they will be going next. So he's going to take. He's got his pistols that have Darkstone grips attached to them, so he's going to be getting 6 shots total. The problem is that he needs 5 pluses to hit, and of course he still gets his 6 criticals since he's a bandito. Yeah, he has the twin guns rule, where he is allowed to get criticals even with dual wielding pistols. He does have his lucky dice, so once per adventure I could add +1 to a dice roll, but I kind of want to save that. Yeah. What else can I do? As long as I kill an enemy, I can also get some grit back. That's pretty much it. So I guess I'm going to have him shoot his 6 shots. Oh my god! Enrique, holy crap! That is 4 hits and 2 criticals in 1 shot. Damn! Enrique, badass, bro. Okay, so he might down the guy. How much health does he have? 15? Yeah. So let's look at the trolls one more time. Actually, let me look at the Night Terror one more time as well, because if he's got terror, he does. Enrique needed to make terror tests. So how terror, fear, and unspeakable horror works, if you're new to Shadows of Brimstone, they're basically the horror checks. You're seeing this creature for the first time, it's horrifying looking, and debating on where you are located in the game, you're taking horror checks. Being too close or being far in another room, just hearing it, seeing it is freaking you out. So what happens is at the beginning of the character's activation, if the monster has fear, if the character is standing adjacent to the monster, it's taking a horror test. And that's basically doing a willpower test against how horrifying this creature is. If it's terror, which is what the night terrors have, you have to be on the same map tile. If it's unspeakable horror or unspeakable terror, or is it horror? I think it's unspeakable horror. You can be on the adjacent tile and still be freaked out by this monster. So here they have terror, which means that they'd have to be on the exact same tile as you, which they aren't with Enrique. So Enrique's kind of safe from this. If you are on a puzzle piece, which is the connecting parts of the tile, you're considered to be on both tiles. So if Enrique was on that puzzle piece, he'd be taking terror tests, which is probably going to happen to these two. But Enrique's safe from it. So he's popping 6 shots into the trolls. And so they have fear, they have regeneration. We don't have to worry about that till the start of the turn. And he's going to end up throwing rocks. And that's pretty much all he's got. So maybe I should have given them elite abilities. Yeah. The final boss is an epic threat, so I think we're good. So that's 2 criticals and 4 regular hits. That means he's not getting any defense on the criticals. And on the 4 regular hits, it's going to be -2 to my rolls. So we'll start with Enrique's criticals first. So the first crit does 3 points of damage, which is the maximum he can do. Let me pull out some tokens here. We're going to need them. So we get the first wounds token. We took 3 wounds. And that's the troll. The next shot, again, whatever I roll, no higher than a 3, so he takes an additional 3. I also need to remind myself to do all the experience for this. I should actually probably be doing it because there's a lot of hits here. So Enrique did 3 points on each. So that would be how experience works in this game. If you look on the actual monster card, underneath health, there's a little place that says XP. How that reads is it's 5 plus 5 each. And what that means is that it's always going to be 5 experience plus 5 experience for each wound. So I did 3 wounds, that's 15, plus the 5, I got 20 experience for that one shot. I did 3 damage on both, so therefore I got, what, 40 experience total from those 2 shots? So I'll go ahead and add those to Enrique. Enrique's so close to leveling. So I still have the 4 regular shots left, so it's -2 to my rolls on these. He's already got 6 wounds, this is great. So next shot, doesn't do anything. It meets his defense. Next shot, under his defense. Third shot, 1 wound. I'll do the experience since I'm already here. That's going to be 10 points of experience. And he took 1 wound. Game tokens. And he took 1 wound. And then the final shot, -2, he takes 3 wounds. So Enrique did some serious shooting. He's only got 5 health left. We need to take him down before he regenerates. I don't want him doing any more damage. So Enrique gained, again, 20 experience from that final shot. There we go. Some good XP from that. Alright, so since Enrique's done, that's his activation, we move on to the trolls are next. So, what the trolls are going to do is they're going to randomly choose what they're going to go after. Oh, this was ambush. I forgot this was ambush. How this worked would have been a normal attack. In ambush, which is actually what we should have done, I'm sorry about that, the monsters have special rules that they're on their targets already. It really wouldn't have affected what just happened with Enrique. Well, it might have. Yes and no. The troll would have gone after... So what we do is, for random characters, you roll... what I do is I roll a d6. They do have little tokens that you can, like, you know, scramble up and then pull out. And so, oh, it's the prospector or the bandito. I roll a die, and I'm like, how I work it is I go by player number. So Enrique, Montana, Samu, Murphy. So what I do is I take a d8, and I just kind of go by twos. So Enrique's a 1 or 2, Montana's a 3 or 4, so on and so forth. So he's going to be going after, until they build in a system, he's going after Montana. So he would have been like right here. And I'll be honest with you, well, he probably would have moved away. So, what I want to do is I actually want to build in a randomizer where it actually does it in the system and it just says, just pulls up a random character. I want to do that. And then the Night Terror is going after who? 5, which would be Isamu. They actually would have gone first, both of them. So it really wouldn't have affected Enrique and what he did for this round, but we'll just continue with these two because they weren't going after him anyway. So they should have gone first because of ambush, because he would have been +2, he would have been a 6. This guy would have been a 5, which means he would have been at the same initiative level as Enrique, but monsters always go first. Sorry, again, forgot we had an ambush card. I'm so used to just regular combat. It's been a while since we've had I think we've had an ambush. But we'll start with the troll. The troll's gonna make, let's see, actually, he will have to take his horror test, if that's the case. He's gonna take, first he's gonna throw a rock at a random character. So he's gonna throw it at Enrique, and it's gonna deal D6 damage, ignoring defense. 1 damage. So Enrique would have taken 1 point of damage on that. And we'll go ahead and roll for the fear test. Yeah, he would have taken the fear test. Actually, he wouldn't have. Fear is when you're adjacent to an enemy, so that wouldn't have been a problem. Actually, Enrique would have stayed right here because he would have been right on him. Would have had to make an escape test. So anyway, the troll threw a rock at Enrique, and then he's going to make combat hits against Montana. He gets 3 combat hits at 3 damage a pop. Doesn't really have any other special rules. He needs to make... I'm doing this all wrong. Hold on, let me catch back up. The troll need to make a free ranged attack at Enrique. He needed to make a 5+ on that ranged throw, which he did. Enrique makes a 5+ save. He doesn't make it. He took the damage anyway. Now he's making combat hits against Montana. So 3 combat, which is 3d6 at melee 4+. If you look at his card, so I need to make 3d6 4+ attacks against Montana. He doesn't have any critical rules, so that is 2 big hits, and they're dealing 3 damage a pop. Montana needs to make 4+ saves against this using her defensive core. She got both of them. Yeah, she just waved off. I guess she just dodged underneath those swipes that he was doing. So she's fine. Next we have Isamu, or actually next we have the next monster, and it would have been the monster and Enrique. Sorry, ambush always catches me off guard, but it would have been the Night Terror, then it would have been Montana. So the Night Terror, he's got Terror 2, he's on the same map tile as Montana or Enrique, so they're safe, but he's going to make 4 combat at 4 damage a pop. Alright, let's see what he does. And he's going after Isamu. Isamu's got really good defense, though, so he should be okay. I don't think he has anything other than his 3+ saves against this. No, but still. Murphy has ways of ignoring damage. So he's going to make 4 swings. So 4d6, and he needs to make 5+ against these. Oh, he doesn't make a single one. I guess it makes sense. Like, if he hits, he hurts. So that's it for the Night Terror. Like I said, this was going to be kind of an easy battle. After the Night Terror, we have Montana, who obviously is turning and firing into this troll next to her. So I'll pull up his card. I need to bring his health points over. And she's getting some solid attacks here. She has 3 range with her gun. I can make it all close combat, but I get... There's something... Well, she can't see the Night Terror anyway. He's not in line of sight. But what I could do is I could test to see if she can escape this guy. All she needs is a 3+. She gets it. So I'll have her move up 1, 2, 3 to escape him. But she does need to make a fear test. Being next to him at the start of her activation. So she needs to take 2 horror tests at 4+. She makes both of them. Good God. And she did that. She needs to roll for her grit. Nope. Wish one of those 6s was the grit roll. But now she has clear line of sight of both of them. So anything that rolls over, I can bring it on to the Night Terror. Although she gets more advantage on taking the troll down with more combat hits, but I have faith that she's going to kill this guy. Because she's getting bonus damage on her rifle. So she's getting 3 attacks. 3 range attacks at 4+. She gets a reroll and a damage reroll as well. Because she's got Iron Concentration as a skill ability for the damage reroll, and she's also got the, if I remember correctly, she's got the inlay. That is Enrique. Yeah, she's got the Darkstone inlay, so this way she can reroll her to hit roll, 1 to hit roll. So, getting some bonuses here. So 3d6. All she needs are 4+. Wow, okay. She's gonna reroll 1 of those misses. Beginning of the game, I'm rolling low. But she does get 1 crit. The problem is, she can't do more than 3 damage. And at this point, with her +2 damage, rolling a 1, it's going to be 3 damage. Man, that's disappointing. I could spend a grit to... No, she does not have grit. I'm beginning to think keeping her there and having her do close combat would have been the best choice. 4 rolls would have been better than just the 3 crap that I did. So she did 3 points of damage to him. So he's only got 2 points left. And unfortunately, these 2 are locked down in combat with the Night Terror. He's going to end up regenerating. And that gives her, what, 20 experience? Although the Night Terror should be pretty easy work for these 2. I really want that troll dead first, so I might just have... I'm going to see if Isamu can break combat and go after the troll. So, a 20 experience to Montana, and now we're going over to... Let's see. I want to see if I can break... Yeah, I only need to escape test 3+. So, next is Isamu and Murphy. I'm going to choose Isamu first, per usual. And Isamu... What's everybody's health do? Enrique could use some health, some sanity. I might move close to Enrique and heal him up and get some experience for Isamu. So first, Isamu's going to see if he can break away. All he needs is a 3+ against the Night Terror. That's a 5. He gets it. So he's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4 into the troll. The troll should be a 3+ as well. Yeah, so how escape tests work is that these are both 3+ characters. So since I rolled against a 3+, I can escape any 3+ at all. If I ever run into another character that's a higher escape test, I have to make another escape test against that level. So luckily they were both 3+, so if I want to, I can move all around them any way I want. So, or I can move out of his spot, whatever. So, as long as I made the initial 3+. So, Isamu's moving up. He's going to get his grit roll. He was actually next to and on the same tile as this guy. So, I do need to make horror tests. He gets his grit back. Good, we need some. So, 1 grit to Isamu. And then we need to make a horror test against the Night Terror. If I remember correctly, the Night Terror was what? A 2, Terror 2, which is actually same map tile or adjacent, or same map tile. So he does have to make that. especially standing next to him. So 2d6 at 5 plus is his willpower. Isamu's just wrecking house with these willpower tests today. So yeah, Isamu just moves on over here and he's readying his outlaw club for some beat down on this guy. So Isamu has his outlaw club, which unfortunately he's not a medium base or smaller. He's as you can see on the screen, he's a large size. So I'm not getting +1 for that. His outlaw club would usually give him +1 for anything medium and lower, but I am getting +2. I'm getting +1 combat for my Sword of Defiance that's in his other hand. And I'm getting +2 damage for both the Sword of Defiance and the upgrade that I put on it of the Darkstone core. So I'm getting +2 damage. And also, Isamu has an ability called not Stern Glare. What is it called? For the Challenge. He's getting +1 damage to enemies that cause fear, terror, or unspeakable horror. And this guy happens to have fear. So I'm getting +3 damage to these attacks. Question is, am I gonna make them? I don't get any rerolls, but I still do have the Rattlesnake Fangs if I want to deal any extra damage. And honestly, all I gotta do is 2 damage to this guy and he's done. So 3 combat, and I only need 3 pluses with Isamu. Isamu's really good at close combat. To which I got 2 hits. They both would do a minimum of 1 damage each on this guy. He's dead. With both attacks, he's dead. And there's no other targets around him, so there's no point in rolling. Because 3 damage minus the 2 defense, +1, and whatever I roll, he's a goner. I'd be rolling 2 damage per... Yeah, the first attack would have done 2 damage anyway, so he's gone. And that would have given him... Someone would get 15 points of experience for that kill. There we go. And we can put that... Well, we'll keep that token, because we're probably going to need it for the Night Terror. If Murphy doesn't kill it. With that being Isamu's turn, we now have... Oh, actually, no. First thing that's going to happen is that Isamu needs to heal somebody. He does happen to have 1 whiskey left. That's right, he lost some of it. And he's going to spend it to heal up Enrique, who's right next to him. And it's going to be 1d6. 3 points of sanity is given back to Enrique. And therefore, Isamu gained 5 points per health, per healing, so 15 XP. He is still far behind, though. Next, we got Murphy, who has no interest in leaving this spot. He's challenging this monster, because he knows what he can do. So, that monster card's gone. And now we're fighting the Night Terror with Murphy. So Murphy, the old prospector, and his trusty pickaxe, right here, is going to be taking some swings at the Night Terror. But first he needs to roll his grit. You know, I've been rolling 1s on those this whole time, and the base rule for the game is rolling 1s gives you grit. But that's also because of movement. I think that's their way of rewarding you. You get 1 movement, but you got a grit back. But I don't want 1. So Murphy is getting 4 combat. He's getting a reroll of damage for the Fire Emblem attached to his pickaxe. And he's getting +2 because he's got the grip. And he's got what else? Oh yeah, he's got his dual wielder ability, so he's getting an additional combat on top of everything. Yep. Heavy Swing is pretty sweet ability. So he's getting 4 combat against this guy with D8s, not D6s. So let's see what he gets. He does have 1 grit. Can re-roll these if I need to, but I kind of want to hold on to them. Okay, so wow. Alright. So Murphy has some awesome moves. He needed 4 pluses, so he got 1 regular hit. The 7 is a critical. And the 8 is not just a critical, it's a double damage. So Murphy, being a prospector, I chose his death blow ability. So any of his 2 hit rolls of 8+ do double the damage before any modifiers. So his weapon gives him a +1, so it's going to be whatever I roll on the damage, +1. And I do still have my Fire Emblem, so I can re-roll that critical, which I'm probably going to end up doing. We'll see what I get from it. So we'll start with that double damage first. We'll see what it does. I'm going to re-roll that with the Fire Emblem. That's a 7. Holy, I think we just ended him. So, yeah, we did. So that's double that roll, which is 14, +1, 15. Doesn't get his defense. He has no endurance, no special rules or anything. Well, they had endurance 4, not 3. I would have killed him a lot faster, the troll. But anyway, the Night Terror has nothing to stop the damage from pulling through. So I just did 15 points of damage with 1 attack with Murphy. And all he had was a 3 defense, but on top of that, it went through his defense. Murphy just outright slayed the Night Terror with 1 attack. So that is 12 times 5, which is what, 60? So 60 plus the 10, so he's getting 70 experience is what Murphy's getting from that 1 attack. And he kills the Night Terror. Again, I told you this is going to be an easy fight. 1 Night Terror with 1 low threat. I should have given them elite abilities to make it a little more fun. Because this crew's just laughing at these guys. I think next adventure I might do that. I might increase the difficulty. So, with that being said, we are done with the combat, and everybody actually activated. Turn the battle music off, and let's do the fanfare. There we go. So we won the combat. We took on 2 monster groups. So how it works with generating loot in this game? It's not generated by monster. It's generated by monster groups. For every monster group we take on in a combat, in a fight, we get a loot to a maximum of 3. And there are some rules that you can get additional, or some classes that add to it, and ignore the 3 loot rule. But in this case, we fought 2 monster groups. We get 2 loots per character. So let me get rid of these monster cards. We don't need them anymore. And we'll start. Well, first thing we need to do is, after combat, we do Catch Your Breath. And how Catch Your Breath works is everybody who's activated, which at this point, everybody activated, everybody gets 1d3 back in health, sanity, any mix you want. If somebody didn't activate that round, they got 1d6, or they got a grit back. So let's do Catch Your Breath first, and we'll start with Enrique. Extend this just a tad bit more. There we go. So we'll start with Enrique. Enrique's going to get 1d3 back. He's getting a full 3, which is awesome. He needs that. We'll put 2 into his sanity. And then we'll put 1 into his health. There we go. I like that little flare is working really well for me. Although there's part of me who wants to be the color of that location, but that's okay. It works. So, and then we got Montana. How's she doing on her health and everything? Yeah, she needs some. She's getting 2 points back. We'll just dump it all into sanity. To me, it's whatever's the lowest. Samu's going to need some. He's getting 2 points back. Of course, I'm going to dump that into sanity. Now, since this is Catching Your Breath is not technically healing another character or yourself. This is just a given, so you aren't getting experience for these health points. And then, of course, finally, Murphy, who's going to be getting 2 points. And we'll be putting him into sanity. And now we do the loot. So I have, just like the scavenge system, I have the loot system inside the actual stream. And pull this up. We're getting 2 loots a pop. So we'll start with Enrique. Enrique's a scoundrel, so he's getting double the XP he finds in scavenge and loot. Okay, so he's getting 80 XP. That was a good find for him. So he's getting 80 XP since it's 40 times 2. Oh my god, he's 150 away from leveling up. First level 5 character. I mean, not in all, just for this I have a level 5 drifter. But that's the highest level character I've ever had. And I refuse to bring him back out because he's dangerous. Drifter's a dangerous class, just FYI. Every drifter adds elite abilities to enemies. And he gets D6 times 25 gold, plus 25 for Murphy for being for Murphy's abilities. He's getting back 125 gold on top of all of that. So 125 for Enrique. And he gets an artifact card from the mines. And what Enrique finds in the mines is the Jade coin. So it does weigh 1, but it's plus 1 luck. Once per adventure, force any single die to be re-rolled, even if it has already been re-rolled. That's nice. Give that to Murphy, and he's now a luck 6. Although there's characters in here who actually could use that. Yeah. Montana needs that. She needs that bad. Although that would be cool to give to Murphy. Because then even on his re-rolled damage, I can re-roll it again. But Montana needs luck badly. And this would be a good find for her. So I'll put that here so y'all can check it out. I like to keep all my cards in that area so that you can actually, like, see what's going on. Come on now. There we go. That was a really good find. And so after that, we also have Montana with what she finds. She finds a gear card, 40 experience gear card, and 2d6 times 25 plus 25. She gets 125, so 150 in gold. Good, she needs it. She spent a lot of money last time we were in town, but we also still... I forgot to sell all of our stuff when we were in town. And also, I want to put that on someone. So, she gets 150 gold. She also gets 40 experience. And she gets a loot card, a gear card. Oh my god. Again, we found the Serpent Fang Charm. Attached to any item. Once per adventure, you may recover grit equal to the number of upgrades attached to the item. That is a really good card. If I had... Let's say I had a weapon that had 3 upgrade slots. This... See, the problem is that it doesn't... The only thing I don't like about it is that it doesn't give any additional abilities. It just gives you the grit. But, I mean, that's still really nice. Yeah, that's really good. I might have to put that on somebody's weapons. Probably be good on Isamu. Murphy, I would never change what he's got. I like what he's got. So that's it for Montana. Next we have Isamu with what he finds. Good, he gets 50 XP, a gear card, and 1 dark stone. So 1 dark stone. 50 XP, and a gear card. Nice. Finds bandages. So we gained 2 bandages. That would be Isamu. He can carry a total of 15 side bag items. He's currently got 7 on him, so this is going to bring him up to 9, but we got plenty of bandages now. That's awesome. I know mostly people like to see gold gear or weapons, but sometimes bandages are worth a lot. So I'll put that over here as a discard item. And then we have, finally, we have Murphy. Oh, did I do all the stuff? I did. +1 to Darkstone. Gain some XP. And then finally we have Murphy. Murphy gets 2 loot items. And he always finds double in gold and Darkstone, plus the 25 that he gets for his special ability. So, let's see what he gets. That's a big one. If we roll a 6 on this first one, he made some serious cash. Okay, so he found 100, but he found 200 for double because he's a prospector. Or actually, because of he's got an ability. Make sure what it's called here. Yeah, there it is. So he's got Expert Miner. Double gold and Darkstone on loot or scavenge or encounters. I did not know that. I need to remember that. So he's getting 200. I'll do the 25 here in a second. So he's getting 200, 300, 350 gold total. Yeah, Murphy is really good at money. And 40 XP. All right, and that's the end of the basically everything. We've completed the catch your breath. We completed the loot part of the game. We're now at the end of the round, and therefore we are back to hold back the darkness. So Murphy has to hold up the lantern and try to stop the darkness from coming out. We've already had to use an ability on this. We got a 9 on a 7+. We're good to go. The question is, do I want to keep going down that, or do I want to go into another world? And I really want to go to another world because I want anybody new to this, I want you to see where this game can go. Because yeah, we can keep going down the mine, and the mine's still pretty fun. There's a lot of good things to find, but man, I really want to go to another world. So we're gonna go to another world. Who has grit? Enrique. Everybody but Montana. Montana desperately needs it. I do have ways to give her grit, but I need to hold on to that because I see 2 growing dread cards I want to get rid of. So, start of the round is Enrique, and he's going to roll for his grit. He's got a maximum of 4, but he's only got 1 on himself. He gets it back. And he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And he's going to peek through that door. Do I really want to do this? Yes, I do. Okay, so... Sorry, it's been a while since I've been to another world, so I'm trying to remember how the system works. It's usually just the press of a button. Okay, yeah, that's it. So, let's see what we find on the other side. Oh, the Forest of the Dead. That means we get to go to the feudal village. If we stay here, we go back to the frontier town. If we go through this portal, the next town we go to is going to be a feudal village, and that's where the Darkstone cores are. Hells yeah. Also, the theme looks really cool for Halloween, so I'm going to go through it. So there are special rules for this. Unfortunately, it's hard to read it because the damn pumpkins are over it. Give me a second to kind of turn them off. I think there's special redeems. Nope. Alerts? Nope. Ah, Halloween. Just turning it off for now. Although, does it play when I do it? No, okay, good. So, Forest of the Dead. Shadowy Realm. Anytime a hold back darkness roll is failed, every hero takes 1 horror hit or 2 horror hits if you are holding the lantern. Oh, God. Heroes with the Spirit 4+ higher have +1 grit, but -2. I think that world card is in another scene. Give me a second here. You know what? I'm just going to finally put this there. There we go. The world card is located... Oh, no, they're right here. Okay, so it's world card 2. I'm just going to pull this out for a second. But -2 sanity. Uh-oh, Enrique. Enrique's now a 5 max grit, but his sanity just dropped down to an 8. If we want to go into the Forest of the Dead. And what do you think's going to happen in the Forest of the Dead? A lot of horror checks. I want to go to the feudal village. So that's going to be -2 to Enrique on his sanity while we're there. He's not yet actually through the portal, so it's not taking effect right now. So, and unfortunately, when you're on the other side of the portal, you can't interact in any way with anything on the other side. It's not like the puzzle pieces here on the tiles. Like, if I was here, I can interact with either side. Him being on the puzzle piece between the two worlds, he has to actually physically be on the other side to do anything, like shoot at monsters on the other side, scavenge the other side, anything that does the other side. So, let me go get the Forest of the Dead decks out, and I'll be right back. And let me put away these troll cards while I'm at it. There we go. We'll go ahead and use this for that portal. This is awesome. I've been wanting to go back to the feudal village anyway. Like I said, they got some really good gear over there. The main thing is, like, I really want, I really want the Darkstone cores. One thing, though, is I really want to go to the Blasted Waste, because I want to go to Bartertown. You can actually build gear there. You find scrap, and you can actually build weapons and armor and stuff using scrap that you find while in the Blasted Wastes. I kind of want to stay in the Blasted Wastes for a little while. That's the Mad Max kind of theme thing, a post-apocalyptic world. So, alright, so he peers through, and we're going to go ahead and put this to the side. We will use it, just not right now. So Enrique peers through, and what he finds on the other side, we're just going to pull the tile for now, is a wooded path. And there's decayed trees. I need to see what those do. I think they just add cover. Yeah, I think they're just cover. Here's the trees. And I forgot we actually need the threat deck, because when you're in another world, you actually take on the threats there, not the base threat, not the base game threat stuff. That's in the mines and all the base locations. So Forbidden Fortress, mines. I want to say the Norselands and maybe the Spanish Fort. I think they all use the base threat deck, which is gigantic. But in other worlds, you actually have to use their threat decks. Makes more sense. It's more themed to those enemies. But once you find the final boss, that is from the threat deck, because it could be a creature from a whole other world that's causing the chaos. Very first tile I found. Oh, I do need a portal. There we go. This is exciting. And put that here. So y'all. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. And it's coming in from this way. What I'll do is I'll get rid of the entrance. We'll just kind of reposition. Whoops. We'll just kind of reposition so that I can get this guy up there. And we'll just say, I mean, I like it being like this. So it looks like as if we're actually going from one to the other. Why are you three floating over here? Yeah, that works. That's better. Awesome. Okay, so I really need to keep that card out for the meantime, because I'm gonna need to remember it. I can put it away. It's just that I'm now realizing I need to move things around a little bit because I want those cards not to be covered up. And I think I know what I need to do. So I should keep a checklist of things I need to fix. So anyway, we find a room. Again, this is actually going to build an encounter. Or not an encounter, a exploration token on this tile. But that was Enrique's turn. He discovered that room. We got everything set up for now for the Forbidden Fort, not Forbidden Fortress, the Forest of the Dead. I love this world. So now, let me get rid of that token. There. So now we move on to the next person in line, which is Montana. And Montana is slow. Let's see if she gets a grit back. That was about to be a 6. At least on my screen it was. She's got 3 movement, so she's moving up 1. Well, actually, she can do here 1, 2, and 3. At least next turn she'll be able to get through the portal. And she's going to roll for scavenge in that room. She finds 1 scavenge. I think we've scavenged this room twice now. Murphy can still do it, but nobody else. She finds nothing but 10 experience, which is perfectly fine. I will gladly take that. It's better than getting another Growing Dread card to the stack. I might have to look at this system and see how I built that, because I might be overdoing it with like the random rolls. So next is Samu. Samu's gonna just rush right on into that room. First he's gonna roll for grit, see if he gets some back. Oh, that's right. Well, he's not in that room yet. He doesn't get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, because next turn I want them to get in here. That really puts him at risk, though. He's going to actually scavenge that room. You know what? I will actually use tokens for that. So this room's been scavenged twice. I'm using bleeding markers, I'm sorry. And we'll keep these on reserve in case he actually scavenges. He is a mercenary, so he actually gets +1 on his mercenary ability gives him +1 on his scavenging. So he does find something, so it does generate an exploration. You know what's crazy? I actually have like cool looking models for exploration and I'm not using them. What he finds is, ooh, okay, something shiny. So we roll a D. So there's something back there. Roll a D6. 1 piece of darkstone. Give me 1 second. I might make something. If he has what I hope he has. There's actually something I tried to do at the beginning of the round. I have to keep reminding myself to do this. So Samu has the Ring of the Heavens. He should be at 1 extra grit. And I'm tired of forgetting about that. It's just, he's got so many items on him. Nope, he does not have it. So he can't re-roll it or add +1 to it. So, unless people spend redeem points. So, anyway, he's getting 1 Darkstone. And we're going to put that away. And then after Isamu, we have Murphy. And Murphy is going to roll for grit. Doesn't get it. He has Dead Man's Dice, too. I keep forgetting he has that. At the beginning of every fight, I have to roll a roll to see if we... roll 2d6 to see if we get any grit back. If doubles are rolled, we get it back, the whole team, I think. Or is it just him? 7's rolled, bad things happen. But he's got a 6 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How much grit does he have? I really want him to be here and stall anybody from coming through. Because they could... Yeah, I need to do it. I'm going to spend 1 grit for Murphy. Because if I don't get Murphy up here, if there are enemies in here that can get around and back behind him, they won't be able to come in and do anything. So, if their specters were in trouble. So I'll have Murphy going up. Oh, Hold Back the Darkness is going to suck in here. Who else has a 4+ spirit? I don't think anybody has that. Just Enrique. Yeah, everybody else is kind of safe. So Enrique is going to be -2 to his sanity, so I have to drop his sanity down to 8 when he walks through that door. Yikes. All right, so that room's only been scavenged once, so I'm going to have Murphy do it with his 5d6. He finds something. I keep forgetting he has things to ignore bad scavenging. Everybody add break in 3 minutes. He does find 10 XP. If this is the clue token, then we found the final room. There's a chance. Yeah, there's a good chance. It's like a 50-50 chance at this point. Because we found 1 of each. Because we've already found the Book of the Occult. That's on Enrique. Enrique needs to get in that room and start chanting. I wonder if there's a way I can bump his spirit while he's in there. There really isn't. Okay, so that being Murphy's turn, it's the end of the round, and we're going to move on to the exploration part of the game. And we're going to explore. We did not find a clue, but we found 2 doorways and 2 encounters. So let's roll for those 2 doorways. So it's going to be 2d6. So 1 and 6. So that would mean it would be, yep, either side of the room. Obviously, we're going to go this way. That's good. I'm glad we didn't have a combat, because I don't want to take the chance of... Because this is the Forest of the Dead. We could have specters come in, go right past them, go behind them, or ambush them and surround them. And, well, these 2 would just be sitting on the other side of the portal trying to get through. It would require these 2 to take any enemies down, which they're the last in line to fight. So, let me get some end caps. All we need is 1. We put it on this side since the entrances are here. And we need to do 2 encounters here. What is the map deck doing under here? Okay, so we get 2 encounter cards in here. Let's see what happens. So, first encounter. What's up? Undying screams. The screeching cries of the tormented dead echo through the trees here. Clutching your hands over your ears, you desperately try in vain to block out the wailing screams as they infect your mind with suffering. All heroes on this map tile, which is just Isamu and Murphy, are -1. Oh, no, we're on the tile. Okay, so all heroes that are on this map tile are -1 on their willpower rolls. So everybody who's 5+ is now a 6+, and Montana is now a 5+. We need to get off this tile ASAP. Heroes starting their activation on this tile take 1 horror hit, or 2 horror hits if the darkness is currently on a blood splatter or growing dread, which it is. Wow. This room is trouble. You're forced to the dead right now. It's not looking good for Enrique. He's going to be drinking all the alcohol he can to avoid this. And then the final encounter in that room. The blood tree. Oh, we need to do cover areas too. A massive and ancient tree grows here, its roots sprawling out in all directions. Stepping further into the clearing around the tree, your feet squish into the soggy soil. Looking down, you are horrified to see deep red blood bubbling up from the ground and pooling on the surface of every step. Every hero needs to make a spirit 4+ test. If successful, gain 10 XP. If any hero fails this test, dark red blood begins to bubble and burst. Just realizing the ad break is finally ending. I'll give it the 10 seconds and I'll kind of go over the last card. Hey everybody, welcome back to the stream. So, to kind of go over what just happened, we had to do 2 encounter cards. And what we pulled out was the Undying Screams, which what happened was that basically the posse, anybody inside this room now from here on out are just hearing the wailings of the dead or creatures, ghouls, stuff like that, and it's freaking them out. So whenever they're on that map tile, they're now willpower -1, meaning that Murphy, Isamu, and Enrique are now 6+ on their willpower test. Luckily, we're not having a fight in here. Also, on top of that, anybody activating on this map tile, which is going to happen often to Montana because she's slow as hell, they are going to take... Everybody activating is taking 1 horror hit. If we're on a blood splatter, if the darkness is on a blood splatter or growing dread spot, which it is, if you look on the side, it's on a red spot, we're now taking 2 horror hits instead of 1. So that's what happened with that, and I'll just leave that here to remind us how horrible this room is. And the blood tree was what the last card was. And basically what it was is that the posse walked into this room, and there's this tree that's just, there's just, in its roots, there's blood. I'll just reread the fluff again one more time for everybody coming back from the break. A massive and ancient tree grows here, its roots sprawling out in all directions. Stepping further into the clearing around the tree, your feet squish into the soggy soil. Looking down, you are horrified to see deep red blood bubbling up from the ground and pooling on the surface of every step. So here, everybody needs to make a spirit 4+ test. Again, only person with good spirit on the team is Enrique, and unfortunately, I don't think we have any potions. Nope, we have 0 potions. So what potions do is they give you +2 on any of your skill checks, on your skill test that you're using it on. So if successful, if anybody gets a 4+ on their roll, they get 10 XP. If not, dark red blood begins to bubble and burst out of the gnarled trunk of the tree, spraying all the heroes with tainted gore. Every hero takes D3 corruption hits. Oh my god! By the end of this adventure, this team is going to be mutated big. So, God, it's like every step it's a corruption point. Alright, so everybody needs to make a spirit +4 test, or 4+ test, so that's who has grit and who doesn't. Montana. Oh god, I could spend her fang right now and give her 2, but what's her spirit? Oh, she's a 2. Yep. And oh, hold on, I'm looking at luck. She's a 3, so she's okay. It's Isamu and Murphy that are 2s. So we'll start with Enrique. He's a 4. He should make this. What is it, a 4+? Yeah, he should make this. He's good. That means that Enrique gained 10 XP. And he's safe. Next is Montana. They really need to make these saves because I don't want anybody getting corruption. I mean, that's 4 chances of people just getting hit by corruption points nonstop. And unfortunately, in this room, anybody in this room is -1 on their willpower, so corruption hits are going to go through no problem. Montana's a 3. Please don't make me re-roll it. Okay, good. She's safe. Next is Isamu. He's at 2. He's safe. And then Murphy. Come on, Murphy. Don't let me down, buddy. He's good. Everybody passed the test. So no, there was no blood splatter explosions. Nobody getting corrupted. We are safe. So everybody got 10 XP. Sorry, I'm taking these little times to add the XP to the interface at the bottom of the screen. I haven't yet added the flare to the XP or grit or anything. I plan on doing that, but it's just with how they're positioned and located. I mean, I guess I could use what's already in the system, but I kind of want it to look better. Like, even if it's like just lighting that section up a little bit, that would look pretty good. So everybody passed and got 10 XP from that, thank God. So that is gone. That deck's getting huge. I need to fix it. So that's the end of the exploration phase. We're now at the end of the round, therefore, hold back the darkness, which actually we are one more up here. Because we did 3 rooms, yes. So we're still at 7+. Murphy is lifting up his lantern to try to push back the dark. Double 6s. Okay, so again, anybody new to this, whenever you do hold back the darkness, which is at the beginning of every single round, except for the very first one where you're starting on the tile, basically what hold back darkness is, you're trying to stop the darkness from coming out of the dungeon, which we've been doing a pretty decent job at, to be honest with you. Because we started off with 2 because of the rules of the mission. But anyway, so you have to make these tests, and it's either 7+, which is where we're located. We're in the first section of the depth track. Second section's an 8+. Third section's a 9+. If we fail them, that blue marker that's pulsing on the right side keeps going this way. So it keeps going this direction, and when it hits 16, bad. If we hit 0, the posse marker, which is the orange one, that hits 0, bad. So that basically is failure mission. But anyway, so we have to make these rolls. And if you ever roll doubles, it triggers a depth event. And depth events do nothing to the depth track. But let me go ahead and pull it up. I actually forgot to pull up those things. I usually do it at the beginning of the stream. But now I have to do it here. I'm telling you, one of these days, I'm going to add it to the stream and I won't have to do this anymore. And I want you all to see it. I want you all to read it. And it's going to go center screen. I mean, there's no point of it being on the side, considering... Yeah, I want you all to be able to read this stuff. This stuff needs to be center screen because of how big it is. So... This is... the Forest of the Dead. The reason why is because Murphy, who is this gentleman right here, is the one holding the lantern. And whoever's holding the lantern, that's the tile that's being interacted with. So this is all from the Forest of the Dead, which is the tile they're on. And the tile... Where are you? Forest of the Dead. So Forest of the Dead's double rolls for depth event is... We roll double 6s. Double 6s are always good. Everything else is usually pretty bad. So double 6s is not all has fallen to shadow. A bright spirit emerges from the fog, a hero of old to aid you in the passage through this terrifying realm. Each hero may immediately remove any status effect markers they currently have, as well as heal 2 d6 wounds sanity any mix, or recover a grit. And per usual, any KO'd hero is immediately recovered, but do not need to roll on the injury madness chart? Damn. Normally, when you incapacitate based on your sanity, health, or corruption, you have to roll on an injury madness or mutations table. That ignores it. That is awesome. So, let's take a look and see how everybody's doing. It's 2d6. That's a lot. But everybody's looking good. I kind of want to say let's go for grit. We got plenty of bandages. Everybody's got over 20 health. Everybody's pretty much got almost their entire sanity back. I feel like it would be a waste rolling 2d6. So I'm just going to say everybody gained their grit back. That couldn't have come at a better time. Because there's a good chance the next room the clue token, and that's the epic boss fight. Oh god, it's an epic boss fight. That sucks. But luckily we do have the third eye, so we can re-roll or redraw a threat card if we need to. Wow, this is awesome. Everybody's got some decent grit on them. Okay. Awesome. So back at the beginning of the round, Enrique starts. He's about to go into the other area. Yeah. So this room's been explored twice. Willpower tests are -1. Starting your activation in this room, 1 horror hit or 2 if we're on a blood splatter, which we are. Enrique's not technically in that room, so he doesn't have to worry about that, but he is gonna roll for grit. He's not at max grit yet. He's a 5+ since he's a bandito. So he's gonna move through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wish I could cross that, but I can't. So he's here. So he will have to take 2 horror hits next turn. That sucks, but the room's already been scavenged twice, so can't really do anything for the rest of this turn. Next is going to be Montana. Montana's going to roll for grit. Doesn't get it. That was almost a 6, too. She's probably going to have to spend the grit she just got because she's too damn slow. So that's going to bump her from a 3 to a 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At least next turn she'll be able to get into the other room. She can't scavenge. Room's been fully scavenged, so moving on. Next is Isamu and Enrique. Isamu's at full grit, so I can't really roll anything for him. He is starting in a room, though, that requires a horror hit. On top of that, we're on a blood splatter spot, so it's 2 horror hits. And also, because we're in the Forest of the Dead, where was it that we're -1? Oh, it's this card. So he needs to make 6 pluses on these, not his 5 pluses. He needs to make 6 pluses. Yeah, no. This is a bad room to be in. If this was going to be a combat, I'd force everybody back here and have us fight in there. So Isamu took 2 points of sanity damage. Ouch. But he's going to move up. 1. I really want him out of here the whole way. 2, 3, 4. He's stuck. Oh, yeah, we didn't put these down, but we don't really need them. There was no combat, so there's no real point to them. So he moves up, and he's going to search that next room. Chances are I didn't need the threat cards for this area. And that's the encounter cards. He finds the Well of the Damned. And there is an advanced special rule on it. If this doesn't bring a clue token, we will use the advanced special rule. And I do need D3 decayed trees. So what we'll do is, since nobody's on this tile anymore and I'm limited with space, we'll go ahead and get rid of this. There we go. I do want those end pieces out of here. And we'll pull this over. You know what? I would like him to be here. And I need the Well of the Damned. I'll be right back. There we go. And it's entering from this direction. That looks good. Samu's going to be there. This will be here. Do I need any of these? No. And again, it does have an advanced card. We'll do that if this is not a clue token room. It's kind of a 50-50 chance at this point. Or technically a 3 out of 6. So, that's Isamu's turn. Next is Murphy. Again, he started his activation on that tile. So he's going to be taking 2 horror hits with -1 to his willpower because this room is just plain awful. And he's made 2 horror hits at 6+. He actually saved one of them. Okay, so he's going to take 1 point of sanity damage. I don't know if I like them being layered like that. Nah. So, he needs to make a grit roll. He needs a 6+ for it. Doesn't get it. But he's going to move up 1, 2, 3. And he needs to be out of that room. So he's moving up to that spot. The crappy thing is that it opens up everybody else in there to attack. Then again, we are probably going to be fighting specters, and they just move through models. So not a big deal, I guess. So, what are we going to do? He's going to scavenge that room. 5d6. He gets 1. Ooh. So Murphy on scavenge and loot gets double what he finds, but he also gets the 25 additional on top of that. So because he's got good find. So he's getting 50, 75 in gold, and 10 experience. Good job, Murph. God, I really don't like him being there, but I don't want him getting hit by this anymore. I don't want any of them getting hit by that. That's a terrible room. Alright, so it's the end of all their activations. We now have to do all the maintenance stuff, which means also exploring this room. The first things first, we do need to see there's how many? D3? D3 trees. I also need to look up the rules and see exactly what they do. So 2 trees are in this room, and they're located at 3 and 5. So we've got 3 and 5. Those 2 spots are trees. Give me like 1 second to figure out what the trees do. I'm not actually familiar with those. Decayed tree counters. Okay, so decayed trees. When a map tile is placed that is marked with decayed tree number icon on it, the players must place D3 decayed trees onto the map tile. For each tree, roll a D6 and place a tree model. Yeah, we've already done all that. Decayed trees are not placed in a single space, but rather on the grid on a cross point center of 4 spaces. The decayed trees have a plus-like shape for their roots so that it is meant to be placed on a line or grid. Oh, okay. I get it. So it's like that and like that. Okay. Decayed trees block a model from moving diagonally across them unless that model is allowed to move through other models. Note that this has no effect on models moving into or through the 4 spaces that are touched by the decayed trees. XL enemies may not be placed overlapping a decayed tree, but rather must be placed around the trees. Okay. They give 6+ cover saves. Any model in a space touched by one or more of the decayed trees gains 6+ cover saves against all damage sources. Cover is an extra chance to prevent incoming damage. Anytime an affected model would take a hit from an attack or direct damage from an event, an event. I didn't know it does that. They may roll a d6. On a roll of 6, ignore the entire hit or damage. Okay. So, kind of what I expected. They were going to give Moose, what if you shoot the trees? I mean, there's no rules for shooting the trees, brah. There's no health, no wounds. I think it is the forest of the damned. Maybe they're ghost trees. I don't know. But if they were ghost trees, we'd just go right through them. Yeah, I don't know the logic. See, the thing is that you think you can actually throw dynamite, but in a sense, it's just like being in Tradera. There's a lot of cover in Tradera. I hate Tradera. I mean, what's funny is that there's part of me who wants to go back to the Traderan campaign just to play it again. But oh my god, it just wouldn't stop. The combat would not stop. kept Patrols just kept coming out of nowhere. So anyway, we set that up. We now have to do an exploration token. Yeah, we have to do an exploration token. Oh wait, we already did, didn't we? Hold on, 1, 2. We did not. So, because that 2 times encounters was for the previous room. So here we go. If it's a clue, we found the boss, and it is, and another portal. Well, we're ignoring all that. So, seal the void. So we do have the Book of the Occult. We now have to try to seal off the gate. So, the second clue token. On the second clue, the hero's find is the location of the void gate. Ignore any attacks or encounters listed on the exploration token. Also, ignore any door gate icon on the token, as the objective room has only one exit, and that is the void gate, an end cap. A gate end cap. Oh, I don't want to go digging through some more of this. There we go. We'll roll for it, see which one it is, just for fun. 2. That would be this side. So the gate is over here. And as I said earlier, for fun, we'll just go ahead and use the gate of the Hell Gate. This is an actual mission. I'm planning on actually, like, one of these days. That is such a cool thing. I want to paint that so bad. But anyway, God, that's so cool. Look at that. Look at the other side of it. It's a doorway with tentacles coming out of it, and I'm guessing the rules are at a certain point it probably opens up to that. That is pretty damn cool, if you ask me. But I have hundreds, over the years, hundreds of missions because of all the monster expansions, all the game expansions, tile expansions, all the stuff sitting in that box right there. And one of these days, I'm going to screen grab all of them, and I'm going to have a D100 roll and do it 3 times, and that's how many. Those are the missions that we're choosing from before leaving town. That's what That's my goal. One of my goals for this is to have a random mission generator for all the missions available in the game, and for all the additional side quests for these missions in the game as well. I think it would be a lot of fun. More randomness to it, you know? So, anyway, ignore any attack or encounter listed on the exploration token. Also ignore any door, gate icon on the token, as the objective room has only one exit, and that is the void gate. Heroes may not move through the void gate, as it leads directly into the abyss of the void. Reveal all growing dread cards. We got 2 of them. We can get rid of 1. Because we don't have enough grit on everybody. Does Murphy have something to give himself grit? He might be able to do this. No. Oh! Yes, he does! He has a tonic! We can spend that tonic to give him 1 additional grit, and I can have Montana spend her Serpent Fang, and we'll have 2 grit on everybody. Therefore, we can get rid of both those Growing Dread cards, which is what we're gonna do. Growing Dread is the worst in this game. Like I said, as I told you all earlier, I'm panicking every time we're adding cards to that stack, because I've already had it before, where before we even got into the boss fight, the team was a party wipe. Ooh, but Enrique... Do we have another tonic? See, another thing, too, is that we're fighting an epic threat. And he has the 3rd eye, and I need 2 grit we'll get to that here in a second. Reveal all growing dread cards in the stack as normal, and then have the heroes must face an epic threat that is guarding the void gate. As long as the void gate is open, the creature summoning rule above is active in the final room. All the hero. Hold on a minute. Oh, also, the hero with the occult book may use the sealing the gate rule above. If the hero with the occult book is KO'd, the book drops in their space, may be picked up for free by any hero, any other hero moving into that space. Once the void gate has been sealed, all remaining enemies have been defeated. The heroes have successfully completed the mission. So this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be real tough. So sealing the gate, going back to that, while on the same map tile as the gate, a hero with the occult book may attempt to read from it once per turn during his activation. God, the potion would be amazing for this. During his activation, make a spirit 5+. Doesn't say that it's your action. While on the same map tile as the gate, the hero with the occult book may attempt to read from it once per turn during his activation. Make a spirit 5+ test. For every 5+ rolled, gain 10 XP and place a sanity marker on the gate. When there are 5 or more sanity markers on the gate, it is sealed and the gate end cap is replaced with a normal end cap. So it's not saying that it's an it's an action. So I'm guessing that just once per turn, just when Enrique starts, which he's going to be first. God, that would be awesome. How many do I need? 5? I need 5. He's got a spirit 4, so every turn he's got 4 chances to try to drop that. Meaning I need as much grit as I can to kind of re-roll some of that stuff. But he does have ways to increase it. So if I roll any 3s, I can turn them into... If I roll any 4s, I can turn them into 5s. This is going to be tough, because we're fighting an epic boss and trying to stop this room from spawning, because that's another thing, too, is creature summoning. During the final fight, anytime Hold Back the Darkness has failed, roll a d6 on a 1, 2, or 3. Immediately draw a low threat card to the fight. They are not in ambush. Oh, my God. Okay, so... Let me pull these out, because I need to remind myself these we have to deal with. I do have a tonic for Murphy. I do have the what is it called for Montana? The Serpent Fang Champ. Serpent Fang Charm. So I do have that, so I can give her +2 grit, and that would take care of both these growing dreads. The problem is I need Enrique to have an additional grit to re-roll. I have no way to do it. Unless I have another tonic, I do. Enrique has a tonic. Murphy has... That's right, everybody's got a tonic, if I remember correctly. Yep. So, that's what I'm going to have to do. We're going to get rid of those 2 cards, and I'm going to probably have Enrique redraw the threat card if it's bad. If it's a legendary boss... If we do 2 legendary bosses, I'm leaving this dungeon. We are not... Well, actually, it might be fun just to see what happens. Yeah. That would be pretty hilarious. Okay, so... Alright. So that's it. We got that. We now have to... We got to draw and see what we're fighting. Boy, and we're still on that tile. Epic threat. That's pretty fitting. The Fallen Shogun and 6 Takobaki Spearmen. Now, I know that the Spearmen are pretty nasty. They regenerate. I think they all regenerate. I've never fought the Fallen Shogun before. I think he's an XL mob. I think this is doable. I don't think I'm going to bother using the third eye. So, let me pull up their cards. Because I think this will actually be a fun fight. We need... Would the be in it? Let me just type in Fallen Shogun and see if his card comes up. Does not. So it's got to be the Fallen Shogun. The Fallen Shogun. There it is. Initiative 2, huh? Oh, he's a legendary. Unspeakable Terror. So everybody on the same map tile and an adjacent map tile take horror hits. So that means we need to get the hell off this tile ASAP because we're all -1 on our willpower saves. Oh, man, we're going to get our asses kicked by willpower. Darkstone Armor. So, oh, great. He gets armor 4+. Ruthless Warlord. Changes target each turn, and all other enemies gain +1 combat shot with their attacks. So the Spearmen are getting +1 on their attacks. Darkstone Regeneration. A hero ending their move adjacent takes 1 corruption hit. Brutal Blade. Every Shogun hit also does 1 hit to each other hero adjacent to that target. Also, Shogun 2-hit rolls of 6+ are -1 defense. Oh my god. So my defense... Wow. Yeah, I need to start buying armor. I really need armor. But he's only getting 2 attacks at 4+. That's not bad. He's gonna hurt, though, if he does hit somebody. Because, God, like, yeah, he's doing like a full swing and hitting everybody around him. We need to split up. So, that's him. Oh, God. He's a 2 initiative. I almost gave him a 25. And then we have... Put him away. And then we'll have Takobaki Spearman. I didn't type it in right. Taco. Bake. Spearman. There we go. And they are initiative 5, so they... It's not ambush, but they do share the same initiative as Enrique. Dang. Oh... They're going to get cover, too, if they're sitting next to these two. If they're going to be spawning on this side of the room, so they're getting +2 cover for these if they stay there. But luckily, every single one of them is close combat. So I can kind of let Murphy and Enrique tank while the rest of the team does their thing. So 1 Fallen Shogun and 6 Takobaki Spearmen. I'll be right back. All right. So he's the lowest initiative. So he is starting... What was the rule on that again? They can't be on the center part of the tree tile? Because he is an XL monster. So yeah, he would be right here. So that's the Fallen Shogun model. I know it'd be nice to have them all painted, but they have a lot of models in this game. So he'd be here, and then these are the Takobaki Spearmen, which we've seen plenty of times. Every time we've come out to the Forbidden Fortress part of this game, we've always run into Takobaki dudes, whether it's the Spearmen or the Riflemen. So he's going to be here behind the tree. He's going to be here next to it. Yeah, they're all getting cover. They always go in checkerboard pattern. This is not spot, so he'd be right here. So they actually have to kind of climb around this. This is going to be a tough battle. He's also removing our defense, which is going to make it a lot easier for them to beat the hell out of us. He's giving +1 combat to them, so they're like, what, 4 combat now? Ugh. So they get 5+ armor. Regeneration 2. So we really need to focus fire on these guys. Make sure they die. Spears may make melee attacks against targets but 3 spaces away, so they can gather up. Yeah, they can gather up and start attacking. Against targets 3 spaces away. Retargets each turn if not adjacent to a previous target. Darkstone runes. Double damage on 6 pluses. And they're getting 4 combat. So they can do 4 damage on a hit. Yeah, I need armor. Next time I go to town, I'm buying armor. That is very important. I've got spirit armor, which I haven't been using. I should be using my spirit armor on Samu. Sorry, playing as 4 characters is kind of difficult for me. And remembering rules from this game. So anyway, we set them up. Not looking great. So now we have to, well, first... Shock Blazer! What's up, buddy? Let me give you a shout out. How's your Sunday? I saw you were playing Borderlands 4 yesterday. Seemed very chaotic with Eric, Moonlit, and Lance. Some of the... Surprised you're not canceled yet? One of these days. But, yeah, let me put that card away. We don't need that one anymore. Now that we got everybody out there. Got the Force Dead card out there for me to remember the rules. Oh, God. And we're actually one more space in. So, should it be more than that? 1, 2, 3. Nope, we only got 4 rooms in and we already found the objective. This is a pretty good mission. Minus taking on an epic threat. It's good, dude. How are you doing? And yes, it was wild. Basically, yeah. I'm doing good, man. Just playing some Shadows of Brimstone, per usual. It's a blast. Loving it. One of these days, me, you, Hexa, and Mad Arts are going to get into a Discord channel and discuss creating characters. If you're still into it. But we also need to find out what would be a good day for y'all to play. It doesn't have to be every week or every other week. Once a month, maybe. If you want to keep going with the campaign and build your character. So, we set everything up. It's the end of the round. We don't really have to do anything else to hold back Narcissus, but what I want to do is get rid of these 2 growing dread cards before the combat starts. But we do have to hold back the darkness. 7+. Murphy lifts up his lantern. Double 6s again. All right. We might actually use some of the 2d6 on people. Who needs it? So again, as I said earlier, when you roll doubles on the depth event chart here, on the depth track, you roll basically a depth event. Whatever the doubles was that you rolled, you have to pull up the chart and find out what happened. Well, this is the good one. We already had it earlier, and it came up again. So not all has fallen to shadow. A bright spirit emerges from the fog, a hero of old, to aid you in this passage through this terrifying realm. Each hero may immediately remove any status effect marker they currently have, as well as either heal 2d6 wounds, sanity, or recover a grit. Now, luckily, we need as much grit as we can get our hands on. One person's at full grit right now. But everybody else is probably going to be generating a grit. And so that means, because Enrique's doing good, he's got full sanity. The same thing with Montana's pretty much full. I'm going to say anybody who's over 5 and over on damage is probably going to be taking some 2d6. So Enrique's going to get back a grit. I think Murphy might be named incorrectly. Murphy is supposed to be the king of things going wrong. Well, Bishop, actually, Murphy's been doing all right. It's a Montana this time who got the... well, she's actually got armor. That's right. She she ended up mutating at the beginning of the stream because this whole adventure has been nothing but sanity and mutation. And at the very beginning, she got the, what is it called? The fused with rock, which Samu had before. What sucks about it is that it makes you, that's a -2 movement. It makes you a -2 move, but gives you a 4+ armor, which is awesome. But she's been like just chugging behind everybody, and I've been having to spend all the grit I can to keep her up with the team. But Bishop, how you doing, bud? So yeah, Enrique's gonna get back 1 grit. Next is Montana. She's gonna get a grit back as well. Samu, I'm actually gonna roll the 2d6 because I think he's got what 2. Yeah, he's got like what 6 points of damage on him. Hold on, more than that. It's 5, 6, 7 points of damage. So yeah, I'm gonna roll the 2d6 for Samu. We're gonna need it. So he gets 5 back. I'll just drop it all into a sanity. So 5 for Samu, getting him back to full sanity. We're gonna need it because these guys, well, we'll see what happens. For me, it's the depth track. Failing the depth track is what's scaring me. And then Murphy, I'll give him a grit back. Actually, no. Doing well, just busy. Had you on in the background for a bit. Okay. Well, thanks for dropping by and listening. Again, everybody, the redeem points are working right now. So if you ever want to drop anything on the redeem interface, that is all up to you. Because as Cosmic was saying, we're trying to break the thing. See what's good and bad about it. Murphy, do I want to give you a point back, or do I want you to have some health and sanity? Because he's got what? He's missing a total of 5 points? No, more than that again. 6 points. Yeah, I'll have him roll 2d6. Oh, grit would be awesome. He needs his health back. 2d6. Yeah, I rolled really good on that. A lot of overflow on this. So, yeah, he's pretty much getting everything back. Give him 2 back there. I'm in the wrong one. Okay, hold on a second. I knew this was going to happen. So, Samu should be here. Murphy should be... There we go. Should be there. Awesome. So, anyway, we're done with the Hold Back Darkness. We haven't really been failing it. We've been doing really good on our rolls with it, and we've been rolling double 6s. So, we've been very fortunate so far until we ran into this room of these guys, but we'll see what happens. We are fighting a legendary monster, which I will pull him. Well, he's going to be last in line, so I'm not really worried about him right now. And these guys are going to be going first anyway. But first things first, let's take care of these growing dread cards. I want them gone. So everybody just so happens to have a grit on them right now. So I'm going to spend 1 grit from everybody to get rid of one of these cards. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Just to make this faster, because I don't want to go through the whole thing. I'm just going to say what I'm doing. I'm going to be spending people's tonics. So, yep, everybody's got tonics. So, all we need is 2. So, Murphy's going to spend 1. Who's the one that spent his? Well, Murphy's going to spend his, which is going to bring him to a 2. And Montana is going to spend hers. Well, they both no longer have any tonics, but their grit is now 2. Now I'm spending 2 grit from everybody to get rid of these 2 cards before we flip them over. And then I'll just read them and show you how bad or how much it sucked that we spent grit to get rid of them. So I'll remove 2 from Enrique. And I'll remove 1 from Montana, so she's at 1, but technically she's at 2. 2 from Isamu. And same thing with Murphy. I'm removing 1, but he's technically at 2. Okay. We spent all the grit. We got rid of these growing dread cards. We don't have to worry about them screwing us over during this fight. Like I said, I've had it happen before where that party wiped the team. Just growing dread alone. Didn't even fight. So the first one would have been Lurking Fear. What evil lurks in the hearts of men is known only to the shadows, yet those lurking fears manifest when the shadows are dragged into the light. At the start of the next fight round, add an extra threat card to the fight. We got lucky. That would have been another medium threat card. And then finally, Dreaded Knowledge. As you look out into the darkness of darkness rising all around, you begin to understand that no amount of soldiers or firearms can hope to hold back the evil for too long. The darkness moves 1 step forward on the depth track. If this moves onto a blood splatter, which it doesn't, or growing dread space, the heroes, every hero also takes D6 sanity damage, ignoring willpower. We got lucky. Well, not so much. We actually kind of weren't going to run into a blood splatter. We're already on one. So that's what we would have had to deal with. Still would have sucked. Specifically that extra monster cards. I don't think we need any more monsters, but we are also in a room, or actually we're in the final room, so anytime we fail hold back the darkness, we have to roll a d6 to see if any more monsters spawn. So we need to whittle these guys down as best as we can. The unfortunate thing is they all have regeneration. So this is going to be a wild fight. I don't think they have endurance, though. Yeah, if they don't have endurance, Murphy and Isamu should be able to make quick work out of the small guys. How much... What I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up the big monster card. Oh my god, he's got a lot of health. He's got 65 health. It's 25 plus 10 per hero. Wow. I'm going to go ahead and bring up a game token for that. And it's, what did I say, 65? That's going to be a rough fight. That's going to be a rough fight. I mean, the Takobaki Spearmen don't have too much health, but we just need to make sure we actually pass those tests. Otherwise, we're in trouble. What do they have? Okay, yeah. They're nothing. As long as we get crits, I think? Yeah, as long as we get crits, but they still have armor saves. Alright, so... Dynamite, anybody? Dynamite would go through armor. I think I'm going to be using... We have plenty of dynamite. Well, anyway, they get to go first, unfortunately. So... Alright, let's see who they're going after. What's their movement? 5? 1, 2... We can't do a cross here, so they have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The guys in the front can definitely reach back here, so let's roll and see who they're going after. This one's going after... That would be Montana. 1, 2, 3... Actually, he can't get through. Yeah, he's blocked. So that technically, they all would have to go after these two. So, I guess we're rolling d6s instead. So he's going to be going after Isamu. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's going after Murphy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, 5, right? Yeah, 5 movement. I'll have them facing the direction of the person they're fighting. Next is this guy. He's going after Murphy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Next guy, and again, they have reach, so they can be in the back lines and still attack Murphy. Next guy right here is going after Isamu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next guy is going after... That would be Murphy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the final one, we can go after either one of the two. Murphy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he's going after Murphy. So 4 after Murphy, 2 after Osamu. What was the special rule that he gave his men? So Unspeakable Terror, which sucks. Ruthless Warlord, they're getting +1 on their attacks. Darkstone, a hero ending their movement adjacent takes 1 corruption hit. Am I missing something here? God, if we ever fail hold back the darkness, we're getting hit by too many things. So, Unspeakable Terror. He's getting armor, +1 combat. I can't read that one last line. Every Shogun hit also does 1 hit to every adjacent hero to that target. So I need to pull everybody back. And yet, we don't want to be in this room. Oh, no. Oh, God. Enrique's going to go down like a sack of potatoes with that willpower. So, because he's getting, what, -1 willpower to this room? Yep. And anybody activating in it, while we needed that to go forward. We needed the darkness to go forward. Because now we're taking 2 horror hits just being in this room. That's all 3 of these characters. Murphy's fine. But these 3 are going to be taking horror hits. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, we're in a lot of trouble. Because these 2 might be safe from these guys attacking, but... Oh, man. Alright. Where was I getting the bonuses from? Okay, so I guess just on D6s, so they're getting 4 combat each. On 6s, they do double the damage. Do they ignore defense? They do not. Good. I'm trying to remember what removed defense. There was something that removed defense, and I think it was his attack. Well, either way, they're getting 4 attacks a pop. So Murphy's about to get hit by, what, 16 different attacks from these guys? And Isamu's about to get hit by 8. There's a good chance Murphy might drop. But Murphy does have his canteen, which only gives him D6 back, but luckily we do have bandages. So, let's do it. This Takabuki Spearman going after Murphy. We'll start with them. Murphy does have a way to ignore 1 wound. Yep. He's got the, the leather bracers. Once per turn, prevent a wound on a D6 roll of 3+. That's all he's got. I really need to get these guys armor. Okay, so he's getting hit by 16 attacks. So I'm just going to go ahead and roll all 16 of them. They're all the same. It's just the damage is going to be different if I get 6s, which there's a really good chance there's going to be a lot of 6s in this hit. Luckily, he has plenty of health. But he might go down. Oof, that's already 3 hits that have gone through. They're what, 4 pluses? So 1, 2, 3. So 3 regular hits that he gets defense on, and 3 that went through. So he's already taking 12 points of damage. And I need to roll 3 4 pluses. So... Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Okay, so these are the regular hits. So he's taking 8 right there. I need to write these down. Do I have dice? I have dice. I forgot. Their criticals don't go through defense. I'm just going to use these to help me figure out where I'm at. So he's getting we'll say 8 damage from those, and now we have to do the criticals that would do double damage. So I'll roll these out separately. And that was how many again? 1, 2, 3 of them. 5 minutes till I break, everybody. So, all right, let's roll those 3 defenses out. These are the ones that do 4 damage a pop. He did not make a single one. So, dang, Murph. So for these, he's taking 12 points of damage. For those, he's taking 4. So he's taking 16 points of damage is what Murphy just took from that attack. That round of attacks. Yeah, he's bloodied at this point. God. All right. Next round of attacks. Again, Isamu is taking 4. So 4d6. Nope, he's taking 8. Because there's 2 guys on him. 1 critical, so that's the one that's going to do 4 damage. The rest are 1, 2, 3, 4. He's taking 4. I know, Bishop. 16 points of damage. So he's taking 1, 2, 3, 4. He needs to make 4 saves against regular attacks and 1 against a critical. So we'll do the 4 first. Oh, he gets a 3+. What is with these 1s and 2s? Okay, so he's getting 3 hits. He's taking 6... We'll just use this. He's taking 6 points of damage of the regular. And now here's the one that does 4 damage. He gets that one. So Isamu takes 6 points of damage. We need to kill these guys as soon as possible. They hurt. All right. It's the end of their round. We now go to Enrique. Unfortunately, Enrique's on a really bad tile, and he can't get off of it. He's kind of stuck. I will have him probably move back a little bit, though, because I want him out of their reach. Because they have a reach of 3. So, 1, 2, 3. So, I still want him to be able to get line of sight on everybody, though. 1, 2, 3. I will have him roll for grit. Oh, he needs to make a horror test. We're still on a blood splatter, so we're taking 2 horror tests for being on this tile. At -1 willpower, so it's a 6+. If they don't kill us, this tile will. So Enrique took 3 points, 2 points of sanity damage. Oh my god. Okay, and I'm gonna roll for his grit now. Gets it back. Badass. And god, if we roll double 6s again, Murphy needs that. Next he's gonna make his attacks. He gets his 6 shots. He does get crit on these because typically with dual weapons, dual pistols, you can't get crits. But being a bandito, the twin pistols ability that I gave him, he gets criticals with these. So 66. I don't think he gets anything else. I do think though he does have the lucky die. Enrique. Yes, he does have the lucky die. I haven't used it yet, so he gets a +1 on any single dice roll. So I can turn a 5 into a critical if I wanted to. And that's it. That's really all he's got. If he kills somebody, he does get crit back if I roll a d6 on a 5 or 6. So, what do these guys have again? Regeneration. They have armor 5+, so I do have to get through that armor. And no, I was thinking of using dynamite, but I don't want to hurt Murphy. Like, I was thinking I could probably throw a dynamite here. This is considered... You know what's weird? Is that the dynamite rules, how would that work? Because this is technically considered a space you can't go to. Like a wall. So it's like, would that, by the rules, bounce off that and go backward? I mean, honestly, I would rule it that it's a well. It fell down the well. If you want to get realistic with the game. But I wonder... I might have to look that up and see how that would work if you throw dynamite. But if I did throw dynamite, I'd try to put it on. I'd hate to do it, but I'd probably put it on Murphy to make sure that it stays in this area. But I don't want to give them any damage, so I'm just going to do the D6, the 66 attacks with the pistols. It'd be nice if I can get those ornate pistols upgraded, adding 2 damage per turn. It's pretty sweet. Wasn't as good as I was hoping for it to be, but still. Part of me wants to sell the pistol and just find something else, because there are better guns too. So 66. I do have grit to reroll these if I need to, and I can upgrade with the lucky dice. So 66. I do see a 5 in there, and I see 4 misses. So I'm going to turn that 5 with the lucky die into a critical. They don't ignore crits, right? No, they don't. So, and I'll re-roll those 4s, those 4 misses, which gives me 2 additional attacks, 2 additional hits. Let me read these guys one more time. They do have armor, so I have to go through the armor as well. So let me see. Luckily, I can use the stream to kind of help me. He is actually not in line of sight. This guy. So this guy is. And so are all of these. So these 4, Enrique can spot. So we'll just start with, I want Isamu to get up closer. So I want to kill this guy. But I also want to kill the guys that are on, I need to kill the guys that are on Murphy. I don't want Murphy to die. So I guess I'll choose, it doesn't really matter. I'll choose this guy here. But I do want Isamu out of this space. I guess that's Isamu's problem. I'm sure Murphy will be able to take care of him. I'll try to kill the guy in front of Isamu first. So here's the first critical. It's going on that guy in front of Isamu. I really need Isamu beginning of this turn to move into that spot so he doesn't have to worry about this tile and taking checks anymore. Because this tile is bad news. So here's the first critical. We're ignoring the defense because he doesn't have anything, but he does have his armor 5+ we have to go through. So it's whatever I roll with this one. 6 points of damage. So 66, 5+ is what he needs to make. Makes 1, dealing 5 points of damage to this guy, which is more than enough to kill him. So Enrique pulled back, pulled out his pistols, started blasting, killed the guy right in front of Isamu. That's awesome. So, giving Enrique 25 experience. And getting him super close to leveling. He is seriously like 115 points away from the next level. I cannot wait. Oh, I'm dying to see what I can give him. So, next critical shot. We'll start weeding out the guys that are on Murphy. And that's actually the only guys you can see anyway. So, we'll start with the guy here that was right next to the one that he killed. So, whatever I roll... But we still have to make armor saves against it. So 5 damage. So 5d6 at 5+. Again, just saved 1, dealing 4 damage. Kills him. Dude, Enrique. Oh, I need to make the rolls too. Enrique's wrecking right now. This is awesome. So he kills him. He gets another 25 experience for that kill, putting him on only 90 experience away from leveling. And I also have to roll for Enrique's abilities. So, oh, and I did spend a grit, if I remember correctly. There we go. So, his ability is Sinister Laughter. On an enemy kill, roll a d6. On a 5 or 6, gain a grit. So, perfect. So, the first guy that he killed, he got a grit back. Second guy he killed, he got a grit back. So you're seeing this bandito just hosing down these guys with his dual pistols and laughing about it, which would make sense because he's going crazy here. He still has 2 shots left. So here's the next shot on this guy. He's getting his 3 defense though. So it's what I roll -3. So here's the first shot. Nothing. Second shot. 1 damage. He needs to make a 5+ armor save against it. Doesn't get it. He gets 1 point of damage on him. Dude, Enrique. Good job, bud. So I'll grant him... I need to get a wounds count here. Oh, okay. It's working. I'm just kind of screwed up. So minus... Maybe minus 12. So he's got 1 wound. And that's this guy right here. That was some fancy shooting. After Enrique, it's going to be Montana and the dude. Let me make sure. No, he's initiative 2, so he's going after Montana. What's his speed? Oh, he's going to be right up on us. And XL models can actually cover multiple spaces. I gotta read what he can do before I have him activate. So Montana's gonna, just like Enrique, is gonna try to hose down these guys. Or she might pop some shots at him. He's at 65 wounds, though. I think what I'm gonna do is, if I put her here, she should be able to get these 3 guys in line of sight. Just to make sure here. Oh, yeah. She's going to move up. She's got armor 4+. She could be a tank right now. God, she could be a tank. I am half tempted to have her move on up. Yeah, 1, 2. She's going to cover for her Samu. Because she's got 4+ armor right now because of the rock infused with rock, and on top of that she's got the best. She's got a good defense, so she's got a 4+ defense. So 4+ defense plus a 4+ armor save. Every wound she takes, she's taking armor on, unless they ignore armor. But anyway, we need to kill these guys before they start healing up. That's the main thing. Before we get to him. Problem is that we might have other enemies spawning. So, and I need to get Enrique in there. He needs to be on the same tile. In order for me to close that door, he needs to be on the same tile. So, I'm gonna have her move up. I really want her to use her close combat, but these 2 guys are not in the same spot adjacent to her, so it'd be kind of a waste. So I'm gonna have her do her typical shooting. So she's going to be getting +2 damage on these. So even regular hits, she's going to be doing some decent damage. She's getting... Let's see. She's getting 3 shots. She's got the Darkstone Inlay, so she gets her reroll to hit. She also has Iron Concentration for reroll on damage. And I think that's all she's got. But she also has her Serpent Fang Charm that I didn't use yet. I spent the tonic. So I'm going to have her spend that. That's going to give her 2 grit. Or bring her to cap. So now she's at 2 grit. So this way I can reroll some attacks. We're going to need it. And if anybody attacks her, they start taking damage too. Okay, so this is gonna work out, I think. As long as nobody keeps... As long as the game doesn't keep spawning guys in. So she's gonna take 3 shots. And let's see what she gets. Oh, did I roll for grit? I did not. She gets 1 critical, 1 regular. I'm gonna spend the reroll on that. So 2 hits and a critical. That guy's got how many wounds on him? He's got 3 wounds. If I spend the critical on this guy, he's straight up dead. Because it's ignoring his defense, +2 damage for the weapon. If I roll, it's gonna be can't roll any lower than a 1, so he'd be dead. But I feel like I'd be wasting it. I really want that critical on those guys. So I'm going to spend the regulars on him. So here's the regular shot. It's going to be -1 to the roll. And I get to re-roll the damage, too, if I wanted to. So -1 to the roll, 3 points of damage. He's dead. She needed to take horror tests, too, by the way. Yes. Oh, he's not dead. He needs armor saves. 5+ armor saves. He takes 2. He's got 1 left. She's going to do the last shot. -1. 3 points of damage. Again, armor saves. Wow, he saved 2 of them, but just enough. He saved 2, but the last one, so he's dead. That's going to give her 25 experience. But she also needs to make those horror tests from earlier, because she started her activation on this tile. So 2 horror tests at 5+. She got them. She killed that guy. Her special ability as a rancher is rapid shot, so she gets to make another shot. Nice, a critical. So she's now got 2 crits. So she'll put the crit on this guy. So here, it's ignoring defense. I'm glad I used those 2 regular shots. So ignoring defense, +2 to the damage. So whatever I roll, yes. So +2 and whatever I roll. Oof. So 7 points, 7 wounds is what he's gonna take. He needs to make 7 d6, 5 pluses. He did really well. He took 3 wounds. Wow. Out of all those, okay. So he still very much has 1 wound. Well, we'll just leave that there. Say he has 1 wound left on him. I guess we're going to try to finish him off. We still have the reroll the damage, right? So I'm going to try to kill the other guy. Because it's +2 damage and all that. I should be able to off him. So I'll put the next shot, the critical, on this guy. I feel like it's a waste. Okay, so 5 points of damage. Again, 7 points of damage. He needs to make 7d6. 5+ saves. Again, he rolled really good. 1, 2. Wow. Okay, so 2 points of damage. Damn. Armor on monsters, I swear, is like one of the worst things. So he took 2 points of damage. You know, I might as well just... Hold on a second. I'm going to set that to where it should be, which is... He's at 3. I thought I was going to end up killing these guys, but that didn't happen. And this one's going to take... 2 wounds. So he's got 2, and the other guy's got 3 wounds. Dang, Montana. That's a bummer. Still did good. She killed... What? She killed, that one guy. Got the rapid shot. She put some decent damage on those guys. I was expecting a little bit more out of her, but that's good. That's good. She's also very much a tank right now. And I'm hoping that the big guy chooses her and starts attacking her, because all the ones he rolls adds damage to him. Ignoring defense. Because she's got that tail and it's got the gilding... Is it gilding weapon? No, it's the ghillie saw. Gilding weapon. Anyway, that's the end of Montana's turn. Now it's everyone else's turn, because they're all... There it is. Discard throw. It's a ranged attack. Okay, I'm gonna have to have someone use this. And I probably should have used it this turn, but I'm trying to take these guys out before they get worse. I don't want them regenerating. Anyway, this is the stasis bomb. Uh, this thing is amazing. Discard to throw as a ranged attack thrown and bounce like dynamite. Does no damage, but any models in the same or adjacent spaces lose their activation. If I can get that on this guy, one turn he doesn't do anything. That I found a use for this today. If we were able to go first, that would have been probably my best move. But unfortunately, they all crawled up on us first. Actually, I totally could have done it. I could have had Enrique pop his feet. Oh well. So anyway, I haven't been doing the initiative right. Okay, so it was Montana. Now it's Isamu, Murphy, and the big bad. And the big bad gets to go first because enemies always go first when they are matching the same initiative as everybody else. Here's hoping he's going after Montana. So he can't move through other models, if I remember correctly. Oh. I'm trying to remember, is it XL models or XXL models that can move through other targets? Well, either way, his movement is 6. The best he can go after, really, it would be either... could he reach? Does he have reach at all? The hero starting their activation on the same or adjacent map tile. We had to take those as well. Damn. I gotta go back and have the other two, have the two characters that just activated take those unspeakable terrors. I'll do that right now. So here's Enrique. He's a -1, so he's a 6+ on these. And then Montana would have been a 5+. Both of them took 2 points apiece. This, I'm telling you, the Sandy's gonna kill us. So Enrique took 2. Montana took 2. She's actually got pretty good sanity. It's Enrique that scares the hell out of me. So back to the enemy. So he's an armor 4+, ruthless warlord, changes targets each turn, and all other enemies gain +1 combat. We already did that. Darkstone radiation. A hero ending their movement adjacent to this takes, oh my god, brutal blade. Every Shogun hit also does 1 hit to each other hero adjacent to the target. Also, Shogun to hit rolls of 6 are -1 defense. That's where I was looking. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so he's got to choose who's going after. It's either Montana or it's going to be Murphy. It's going to be Murphy. So he moves up 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, he's right up on them. I was hoping he was going to go after her, because if so, she can deal some damage back. He's only getting 2 combat. God, they're 4 damage a pop. All right. You know, what's crazy? Yeah, it makes sense. He's really slow. He's just really supporting all the models on the level and just horrifying everybody. He's just a big freaking tank. So, with 65 wounds, Murphy should be able to beat the hell out of him, though. So, 2d6 against Murphy. He doesn't get either one. Whew. We're safe for this round. All right, so it's the end of his turn. We are going to have to make unspeakable horror tests. Samu's going to be taking 2 sets of horror tests being on that tile. Oh, man. He can't move. He's stuck. How can I do this? Yeah, I should have realized I should have killed this guy first. Because now Samu's kind of stuck. Unless... I think he has an ability. I think he has something where I can spend a grit. And he can move through models. remember that. I can spend a grit to move through models and barriers. And Isamu happens to have a grit. So I'm going to spend a grit from Isamu. Where are you, buddy? There you are. So this is from the grappling rope. So he's getting... This is what's giving him +2 movement, but also if I spend 1 grit, we move through models and barriers till the end of turn. So I'm going to spend 1 grit. Actually, I'm going to roll and for his grit first, see if he gets it back. He does not. So I spent 1 grit to give him that ability. He does have a tonic or 2 on him. I might as well... I'll spend them when I need them. So I get to move out of here. But first, I will have to take some horror tests. What's his... He should be good. So here's 2 for that room. Because being in that room, he's taking horror tests. Unspeakable horror from him, he's taking 2 horror tests. So he's taking 4 total. Being in that room, he's -1. So 6 pluses is what he needs for these. So he's taking 3 damage. 3 sanity damage. And then he's getting the hell out of this room. And Enrique needs to get the hell out of there too. What is their escape test? 3+. He does need to make an escape test. He gets to re-roll it if he needs to. He's good. So he moves on up next to the big guy here. We need to get Enrique in here bad. Because that's a bad place for him. And we need the occult book. I don't want him dying in there. So Isamu now has the ability to attack these 2 guys. He's going to get +1 damage against him for being unspeakable horror. But he's an extra large model, so he's not getting that additional damage for his club. But he's mainly going to try to get rid of this guy first. So, let's see what he does. We do have tonics in case we need to re-roll anything. So he's getting 3 combat. He's getting 3 damage on this guy. 4 damage. Nope, 3 damage on this guy as well. He's getting the +1 from the club on him, but he doesn't have any type of fear test. So, yeah. So he's going to be getting 3 combat. I can add 3 damage to the attack if I need to. Okay, so... What am I going to do? Okay, so 3 combat. I don't have any re-rolls. I already used it, I think. Yep. But I do still have the Rattlesnake Fangs charm, so I can add damage to this attack if I need to. So, 3d6. That's 1 crit and 2 hits. I don't have the lucky dice. I do not have the lucky dice. If I had that, I'd upgrade that to a 6. But I might... Well, it's 2 hits. Okay, so let's take a look at what the damage would be. Beautiful thing is, their defense, with his attacks, it's ignored. So it'd be whatever I roll. Or, I can do the crit and get +3 damage. Also, he's got the Sword of Defiance. So, if I kill this guy, the big guy takes a wound, ignoring defense. So, what I want to do is I want to turn that hit into a critical. I want to turn that critical into a double damage, because I can do that with Mercenary, with Enforcer. I can spend a grit, use a tonic, spend a grit, double the damage, and it ignores armor. Oh, this is awesome. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. The regular 2 hits are going on to this guy right here. So it's really just whatever I roll for the damage. And hopefully I roll well. But I still need to go through this dude's armor. So... yeah. 6 points of damage. He's got to make 6 5+ saves against him. I'm rolling really good for them. So he took 2 points of damage. I am rolling too good for these guys. This is ridiculous. Okay, so he's got 2 on him. Here's the next one. Again, it's whatever I roll, because my damage output on the weapon is the same as the defense. Again, 6. This should kill him. That is better. So, yeah, that wiped him out. He's gone. So, that's 25 for Isamu. And now he still has his critical. And I'm probably going to spend all my tonics to turn this into a big hit. Because if I can get him to deal 12 damage to this guy right now, ignoring armor, I'm going to do it. So, let's see how we do here. Let me get rid of that marker. It's number 3. There we go. So we're down to 2 Takobaki guys. We have a good chance of taking these guys down if Murphy can do this right. All right, so Isamu's going to now get his final critical, and it's going to be on the big guy. And all right, let's roll it out. Oh, actually, does he get something? He does. So he killed that dude. So he's doing 1 damage straight without ignoring defense against the big dude. So I'll get rid of their card for now. And he's going to be taking 1 point of damage. And that's going to give Isamu 0 plus 10 each. Wow. Oh, okay. That's actually pretty good. So he's getting 10 XP for that hit. Hopefully this big hit does. Hopefully this really does it. So yeah, I'm going to spend a tonic because I'm going to maximize this. Actually, you know what? I'll spend both the ones that are on him. If I remember correctly, he's got 2. Yes. So I'm spending both tonics. It's going to give Enrique 2 grits. Sorry, I'm getting all excited here. So it's going to give him 2 grit. And I'm going to roll for damage. If I need to, I can re-roll the damage. But I'll spend 1 grit because, like, I do think I need to spend that before the roll. So, minus 1 grit to declare this as a double damage attack. And then I get to roll it out, and then I'm going to re-roll it if I need to. If it's a 6, fantastic. That's halfway. And it ignores armor, too. Oh, that's a tough one. I'm going to hold on to that grit because I can use that next turn as well. So I will take it. 6 points of damage. No, more than that. So this was ignoring defense. Plus 3 on top of the 6, so 9 points of damage. Because he's getting plus 1 for Unspeakable Horror on this guy and plus 2 damage for his weapons. And because his core, he gets the Void Core and he gets the Sword of Defiance. So 9 points of damage total against this guy. Nice job, Isamu. That is good. Unfortunately, he does get to... Does he get to regenerate? I don't see any regenerative abilities on him. Oh, he does take a corruption hit, though. Luckily, he's not on the other tile. Yeah, since he stopped next to him, he's gonna take 1 corruption hit. Where's Isamu at? Okay, he's good. So, I'm gonna have Isamu roll a willpower test against this corruption hit. He does not get it, so he is taking a corruption. We need to get this guy down as quickly as possible. Okay, so... Isamu gained 90 experience from that attack. Yeah. It's 10 per hit, not so much just a base plus per hit. Or wound. Oh my god, that club is awesome. Or the Enforcer ability is awesome. We can ignore armor. We need that. I might have him grab people's tonics for the remainder of the turn of the combat. So that's the end of Isamu's turn. It's now Murphy, and Murphy needs to take. Being on this tile, he doesn't have to worry about the other tile, so he's going to take the 2 Unspeakable Horrors. He's got 5 pluses against these. So that would be he's taking 1 sanity. Okay. He's stopping his movement here, so he's going to be taking that corruption hit. Again, 5 plus. He's good. And we need to kill those 2 guys. So I think I'm going to have Murphy. If I get any criticals, I'm probably... Yeah, I need those guys dead. They need to be gone. So, how's Murphy's health? We do have bandages. We have some of his abilities, so I'm going to have him probably heal up at the end of his turn. My God. Well, I'm going to have him roll his grit. He needs a 6 plus. Murphy gets a grit back. He desperately needs it. Well, I guess at this point, it's just him making combat attacks. So, he gets 8 plus D8s on these. And on top of that, he's got his Miner's Canteen, so I can go ahead and heal him up at the end. He's also got... He should have some bandages. Oh, he's got plenty of bandages. He's going to heal himself up quite a bit at the end of this. See, again, he's around anybody that needs some sanity? He seems to be doing all right on sanity. So, he's getting 4 combat hits at D8. He's got his Fire Emblem for re-rolling his damage. 1 damage roll. I think that's pretty much all he's got. Because I think I already used his lucky dice. No, we didn't. Okay, so he's got his lucky dice as well, so he gets to re-roll. I didn't use his dead man's dice, though. I forgot to do that. I just need to sell it. That thing's annoying. I forgot to have him use his bandages. Okay, so we're going to roll 4d6. He's going to use his pickaxe. He's rolling 4d6 against these guys. He does have a grit, so if he needs to, but he doesn't have tonics, but he is next to Montana, who might have actually used hers. She did. So he's stuck with his 1 grit. But he does get his reroll on damages. On 1 damage. So 48 at 4 plus. 6 plus is crit. Any 8s are double damage. So he does get a hit. And he does get, he gets 2 hits. I'm going to spend that grit to reroll those 2 misses. That's a crit. So he gets 1 critical, and he gets 2 regular hits with D8 damage plus 1 on the attack roll. I guess I'm going to have him focus fire on these guys. So here's the regular hits. It's plus 1 damage. They are a 3 defense, if I remember correctly. So it's going to be minus 2 to these rolls, but it's a D8, so I should be able to do this. We'll start with the guy who's got 3 wounds on him. So it's going to be minus 2 to what I roll. 7 points of damage. He needs to take minus 2, so 5. He needs to make 5 armor saves. There we go. He's gone. If we can get rid of these guys, I'd be so happy. So that is number 1. And Murphy gets 25 XP from them. And then the next one, again, minus 2 to the roll. Oof! 8 points of damage. He's going to be taking 6d6 5 plus saves. It was a valiant effort, but he ended up taking 1, 2, 3, 4 points of damage. which kills him. So he's dead. So we don't have those guys to deal with anymore. And Murphy gets an additional 25 XP. Finally, we have the crit. And fortunately it wasn't an 8, so we're not getting double damage on this. He is getting his armor saves. Usually Murphy is the boss fight guy, but this guy has armor. Oh, and 4+ armor on top of that. Yeah, we already did all that work. So okay, so here's the critical. It's a D8 +1. Yeah, I saw that coming. We did so well on those other two, but that's okay. Those guys are gone. That's all that matters right now. So we're getting 4 points of damage. He needs to make 4 4+ saves. This is going to be tough. He takes 2 damage. I mean, we did some serious damage to him considering we were focused firing on the other guys. Which is great, because that means, that means that they are not going to activate next turn. We get to, they pretty much all go first. And I'll get rid of that token. That's token number 2. Okay, so that's going to give Murphy 20 points of experience on that one. There we go. So that's everybody's activations. Whew, that was a lot. There was a lot happening this round. So give me a second. I need to hydrate. So everybody activated. We're at the end of the round. That means we are now at Hold Back the Darkness with 7+. We need to make these. We need to make these. So 2d6 with Murphy. Woo! No enemies spawning. No horror tests. We're good to go. Man, the Forest of the Dead is a bad combination with this mission. Oh, Enrique, you're actually... Hold on one second. I forgot. Now that Enrique stepped across the border into this world, he is no longer a 10 sanity. He's an 8 sanity. Shit. Okay, so... Oh my god. Okay, so... It sucks. Because he's a Spirit 4+, because of the card. But everybody's actually 1 level higher on max grit, which I'm not going to bother doing. I don't want to go through all that right now. So, beginning of the round, Enrique's first. He is making 4 horror hits, because we're still on a blood splatter. He's still in that frickin' room, and we have the guy that's giving him unspeakable terror. And he's a 6+ on these. He needs to get the hell out of that room ASAP. So 46 at 6+. Not a single one. He takes 4 sanity. He is 2 away from losing his mind. He should have whiskey on him, though. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to roll for his grit. He gets it. He gets it on a 4. Oh, he's at max grit. I need to spend his grit. He's going to move his ass into that room, and he's got enough for it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't really like him being that close. No, that's okay. The good thing is he can finally start making occult book tests, and he's got plenty of grit to re-roll. So awesome. So let's start. What am I gonna do with him? I could have him throw the stasis bomb and lock that guy down for another turn. But I'm also a little scared that everybody's gonna get hit by it. I really don't want him doing anything this turn. Oh, he needs to make a corruption test. He needs to make now that he's out of that room, he's a 5+ again. So he gets 1 corruption. Doesn't matter when you roll 1s. So this card is no longer valid. We have to be on this tile for any of that BS to happen. So he's got his... Oh my god. Okay, so he's going to... Should I spend his turn throwing that thing? I kind of want to delay him 1 more turn. And I think that would be a good idea. But his... Oh my god. The biggest problem is that Enrique's ranged attack is a 5+, so if I throw this, good chance he's not going to hit the target. And it's going to bounce around. I do have a grit to reroll, but I don't have any faith in his ranged attack for this. I feel like it'd be better if somebody else did it, like Montana, but I don't want to waste Montana's turn either. I feel like this would be better used on someone else. He doesn't really do much, so he just gets 2 attacks a turn, and if he does hit somebody, he does hit everybody else around him. He does randomly choose who he hits. If he goes after Montana or Enrique, that's 3 people being attacked. I guess I'll take the chance and throw the stasis bomb. Although, if I use Enrique, I'm getting 6 attacks. I'll do the stasis bomb with Enrique. I want to stop him in his tracks. So, I'm going to position it here. And if we're following the standard rules for explosives, since this is considered a wall in a way, it would bounce off if it lands on that spot. This could also be a waste of a turn and land here. So I would figure in a lot of ways, since it's a well, it's probably bouncing off the step of the well and back onto the spot. So I guess that makes sense. So I'm going to place it here-ish. Yes. Because I don't want any of us getting hit by it. God, this could really screw us over. So let me get the template for dynamite so y'all can see the direction it's going. There it is. Like, I know the rules, but I want you all to visualize it. So it's going to be facing this way since we're throwing it this direction. So we have to roll a d8, and it deviates. First, actually, I should roll to see if it actually hits the mark. It does not. You know what? I need to spend grit anyway. Why not? Spend a grit. And we'll re-roll that. Doesn't happen. So now it's going to deviate. It's going to deviate 2 spots. This could be a wasted turn, to be honest with you. So we roll a d8, and here it shows us where it would position itself based on that roll. If it goes backwards, it just bounces off and lands here again. 2. So it actually straight up goes forward. We might have just wasted this turn. Hopefully we roll high. And it's a 6. Yes! We rolled a 6. It went backwards and landed on the very spot we needed it to fall on. So, perfect. Lands there. Goes off. Does no damage, but the models in adjacent spaces do not activate this turn. Or do not activate on their next turn. He's pretty much out for this activation. Exactly what I was hoping for. Because I don't want him landing any more hits. So, with that being the case, that was Enrique's turn. Actually, first I'm going to have him heal himself up. He desperately needs to. Yes. He does have whiskey. I'm going to have him spend a whiskey, so 1d6. He's getting back 4 points. I think that's good enough. So he's getting 4 points of health back, giving him 20 points of experience. And he's also got... What did he have for health? How's everybody doing? Oh, Murphy needs some healing. Everybody else is doing all right, though. So I guess we'll just do that. So we spent one whiskey. Next, we've got... who do we have? We have Montana. Montana has 2 grit, so she can start re-rolling again. And she's got a lot going on. I'm gonna have her heal Murphy though at the end of her turn. I could have her. You know what? I'm gonna do it. She's using her Gulch rifle because in close combat she's getting. She's not the right character. So she's getting her Gulch rifle, which is basically the same thing that she's getting from the other weapon. She's getting basically 4 combat on this because she's got the ghillie saw. Was she attacked? I can't remember if she gets hit with ones. So anyway, she's getting the ghillie saw. So because of that, she's getting 4 combat. She still gets... She gets to reroll an attack, and she still gets her reroll damage because of iron concentration and because of the inlay on the Gulch rifle. And it's still plus 2 damage on this. Unfortunately, he does have armor. 4 plus 2, by the way. So she's getting 4 combat. She's good on grit. So let's go ahead and roll those combats out. She gets 2 hits. I'm going to spend a grit to re-roll those 2 misses. So she's getting 3 hits. That's a shame. Well, either way, his defense is a 2. So it's whatever I roll with these. Man. Okay, I was hoping for some crits. Yeah, that's it. But I still get to reroll damage. Yeah. I was hoping that inlay would be able to reroll a reroll, but it doesn't. So, alright, so she's getting, what, 3 attacks? And it's whatever I roll on these attacks. So that's still good. She can still beat the hell out of this guy. Just the problem is that he gets 4 plus armor saves on top of everything. So, here's the first strike. Doing 1 damage. He gets a 5 plus against it. He saves it. Next one. Does 2 damage. He saves them. And then the next one. Does 3 damage. Wow, 1, 2, 3. Really? And he saves all but 2. So, wow, man. This guy is nasty with that 4 plus armor. She also needs to take a horror and an unspeakable horror, unspeakable terror, and a corruption. But she does do 2 damage to him. Let's see. Takes 2 points of damage. And she needs to take 2 horror hits at 4 plus. Wow, she missed both of them. And a corruption at 4 plus as well. Wow, man. I'm just rolling poorly for her right now. Okay. Hexa lurking while I play D&D. Awesome. Thank you for the lurk, Hexa. Let me go ahead and... You know what? I should be giving out some shout-outs here, which I haven't been doing. I am so sorry. I get too swept up in this. And then one for Hexa. Oh, last game he played was Tiny Tina's. That's right. We did that Thursday night. It was a lot of fun. Again, I can't express, like, if you ever get a chance, definitely follow Hexa. He's a really, really good guy and has a really fun stream to watch. Lots of good vibes. I highly recommend it. So, she's gonna heal Murphy. She's got... What does she have? She has plenty of bandages, so let's start spending these bandages on him. So here's the first one. It's getting 5 back. So Murphy's getting 5 health back, which is putting him out of bloodied. And that's going to give her 25 experience for healing someone. And she's also going to do it again, giving Murphy 2 points. That's going to give her 10 experience. And Murphy's going to get 2 health back. I think he's good. Yeah, why not? I'll do it again. And then the final bandage, 2 points of health. That's fine. It's better than nothing. And then she's going to get back 10 experience for that as well. That's getting rid of all of her... Does he need sanity? She might. I think she's good. Yeah, everybody's good. Good Lord, Enrique. So, that's the end of her round. Now we move on to everybody else. Luckily, we hit him with the stasis bomb, which means he ain't doing crap this turn. New follower! Can't read it on the screen, sorry. Yeah, it's not popping up on my feed. Give me 1 second. Molly creates things with the follow. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the follows. And again, if you like this stream, there's a lot of other great streamers in here right now, as a matter of fact, with Hexa and everybody else. I definitely highly recommend them too as well. And, follows are free. So, again, thank you so much for the follow. What are we doing now? So, we ended their turn. The Fallen Shogun, we hit with the stasis bomb, so he is out for the count for the rest of this turn. Isamu, we're going to roll for his grit. Did I do corruption on Montana? I don't remember. I did, yes. So, we're going to start with Isamu. He needs to make 2 horror tests against this guy first. At 5+. Luckily, we're not on that tile anymore. So, he takes 1. So, Isamu takes 1 point of sanity damage. Oof. And then he needs to make a corruption test because he's not really going to be moving. No, he's not going to be moving. So, he's going to take a corruption at 5+. Ooh, we need to kill this guy ASAP. So, he's at 3 out of 5 on his mutation or corruption. And oh, what are we gonna do? I might need to heal him too. Okay, so he's going to roll for grit first and see if he gets anything back here. He's a 6+. Oh, my dice roller's acting up. Doesn't get it. But let's see what we can do with him. We're going to be getting 3 combat. We're going to be getting 3 damage per hit. I do have a grit to spend. I can steal some tonics. Montana spent all hers. Samu spent his. Oh, crap. Enrique needed to do his thing. I forgot about that, and I need to do that. So, he's making 46 on the same tile against that door. He needs 4 pluses on these. Did he have grit? He had plenty of grit. So he's going to roll them. He's going to spend a grit to re-roll 3 of those. That's 4. We need 1 more, and we close the door. So I'll use the bleeding tokens for now. We don't need them in this room. We need 1 more token. We need 5 total to close that warp gate. Which, again, by the way, if you haven't seen, really badass looking tile model. So obviously this is for an actual mission, but I figured I'd use it for this. So I'll use this for now this way to show that it's open, and then I'll kind of flip it to show that it's closed. So we got 1 more to go, and I got to spend 1 grit from Enrique. I have to remember every turn he needs to do that because he's reading from the occult book and trying to close that door while shooting his pistols. So next, Isamu is making 3 combat. I still have his rattlesnake fangs. I forgot to use that. So I can add 3 damage to one of his attacks, and I'm going to do it on the one that I'm going to spend a grit on to do double damage. Because I don't think... No, grit does matter here. Because I want to ignore that armor. And if I can attach 3 damage to that attack, that's a lot of damage not being hit by armor saves. So, he needs to make 3 combat. I do have grit to reroll. I don't really want to spend it. Again, who has tonics? Enrique. He's next to Enrique, so I might steal a tonic from him and use it. Yeah. Enrique's already got two grit on him, so I'm not really worried about it. So he's going to steal a tonic from Enrique. And he's going to spend it and give himself a grit. There we go. Gonna need it. And let me just take his. Okay, so 3d6. He only needs 3 pluses on these. And I have plenty of grit to spend on other things. He gets 2 regular hits. Man, I want to reroll my damage, so I'm going to keep it. So that's 2 hits, 2 regular hits. I'm going to roll the first one. And if it's a 6, well, actually, no, I have to declare it first. So, yeah, the first hit is going to be, I'm going to spend a grit to turn it into a double damage hit. And I'm going to save that grit for re-rolling it if I need to. I'm going to spend that grit to re-roll that. I'm not doubling my damage on 1. Come on. Okay, I'll take it. So, 4 points of damage. It's being doubled, so 8 points of damage. He's a 2 defense. I'm a 3 damage, so +1 there. So 9 points of damage. I'm spending the Rattlesnake Fangs, so that's 12 points of damage, ignoring armor. 12 points of damage on this guy from Isamu. That's pretty sick. He spent everything he had, but hey. Isamu gained 120 XP. Good. And he just took 12 points of damage. God, he's not even at half health yet. I mean, he's close, but man, this guy's taking a long time. I hope Isamu gets more grit, because being able to ignore that armor is worth it. So he spent the Rattlesnake Fangs. We still have 1 more hit. So again, it's +1 to the roll. Ad break in 2 minutes, everybody. So here we go. Whatever I roll, +1. 6 points of damage, but he does get his armor saved on this, and they're 4+. Wow. Okay, so 2 points get through. I rolled really good for his stuff, I swear. So -2, giving 20 points of experience to Isamu. This is a serious boss fight here. He's not doing much to us, but it's just he's got a lot of armor and a lot of defense. Not much we can do against that. Next is Murphy. Murphy's the big hitter here. He doesn't have any grit on him. No tonics. He has no way of getting his grit back. Nope. Not a way, not a single way, other than rolling for grit, which I am going to do right now. He also needs to make his corruption and sanity, which he's doing what? He's doing well. So here's his grit roll. Doesn't get it. He needs to make a sanity roll against this guy. It's 5+. He gets both of them. He needs to make a corruption test against him. Does not get that one, though. So he takes 1 point of corruption. I need to fix that. He's 2 corruption away from mutating. As a matter of fact, there's 2 characters who are 2 away, 2 who are 3 away. Dang. Okay, so he does get... Murphy gets 4 combat with D8s. If I don't roll any 8s, they're double damage. And it's +1 damage to the roll on top of it all. So he doesn't have any grit, so I can't re-roll anything. Yeah. At this point, we have no way of getting grit except for that grit roll. So I do have the lucky hat though, so I can re-roll once per adventure. Re-roll a die. And that's it. He already used his lucky dice. Okay. I don't have anything to add. Plus, I already used that, so no. Okay. So I do get the Fire Emblem, so I can re-roll my damage if I need to. And the lucky die for re-rolling a die. Here we go. 4d8. Not bad. He's getting 1 hit, a crit, and a double damage crit. I'm half tempted. I'll wait for the ad break to end here, but I am half tempted to re-roll that miss with the lucky dice. Or not the lucky dice, the lucky hat. There's part of me who wants to save that for a damage roll. Because I'm always worried that double damage roll is going to be a 1. So I might hold on to it. Hey everybody, welcome back from the break. So I rolled out the attack dice from Murphy, and we got basically 1 regular hit, 1 regular critical, and then a double damage critical. So I was debating. Oh, I do have the reroll damage. I'm gonna use the lucky hat to reroll the miss, and I'll use the reroll damage on the double. So I'm kind of nervous to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So here's the reroll on the miss. We got a regular hit, so that's worth it. So 2 regular hits, a critical, and a double critical. So I still have a reroll on damage. So I'm going to do the double critical first to get that out of the way. Because I'm probably going to end up using the reroll on it. So here it is. It's whatever I rolled, doubled, and then +1. Come on. I flippin' knew it. Okay, so I'm going to use the Fire Emblem to reroll the damage roll for that. Come on. Yes. Okay, so that's 14 plus 1, so 15 points of damage. Yeah, Murphy just took that pickaxe and just clobbered this dude. So he needs to make 15 4+ saves. I'll just roll 15 dice here. Good God. And he did well too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he did take 8 points of damage. I was going to say, that's about statistically right. So, where is he? Math. So he took 8 points of damage. Nice. Though it's looking better for us. And that's going to give Murphy, what? 80 experience. So, 80 experience for Murphy. Here's the next critical. So again, it's whatever I roll +1. So 3 points of damage. So he's going to make 3 4+ saves. He saves 1, takes 2 points of damage. You know what I forgot to do, and I am so sorry. I forgot to put on the battle music. So, just FYI, before I continue here, actually, let me go ahead and do the damage first, before I forget. So, what I'm using in the background is Sirenscape. It's a great app for ambient sound, music. It has a soundboard. It's great because it has pretty much everything you could use for D&D, board games in particular. This one in particular because Shadows of Brimstone is a whole bunch of different worlds, and it has like a whole bunch of different soundtracks for all these different worlds. So I should have switched over to a more forest theme. I forgot to do that. I get too into the game. That's why I'm hoping to get other players involved so that this way I can kind of direct more than actually play. So I get too involved and I forget to do things. But yeah, it's a great app, great for D&D. It actually has music packages for like D&D Beyond. So if you're playing D&D and Beyond and you have the campaigns from the actual D&D 5th edition, you can actually find them. So, and you can use them. And it has sound effects, ambience, you name it, soundboards for those. So, highly recommend it. Highly recommend checking them out. So anyway, he took 2 points of damage, and we still have 2 regular hits left. And those are actually going to be -1 to the roll. So, here's the first one. Nothing, because I like rolling ones on a D8. 6 points of damage, so he's going to be making 6 D6 4+ saves. And he did pretty damn good and only took 1 point of damage. I just roll really good for these guys. I don't know why. I roll really good against myself. So that gave Murphy 10 XP. At least he didn't go this round. But he's got only 26 health left. He's almost at base health. So we dished 39 points of damage on this guy. In 2 rounds. It took 2 rounds. But that's also 1 round we didn't really focus on this guy. So that's it for Murphy. Hopefully next round he targets Montana. And he gets 1s on his attack rolls, making him take damage. That would be nice. So with that being it, everybody's activated. It's the end of the round. Here's hoping we pass, hold back the darkness. Do we have a way of fixing this in any way whatsoever? Because we really need to pass this. No, we don't. Okay, so 2d6, we need 7+. Oh, so we got an 8. Awesome, we passed. It's now the beginning of the round. We're back to Enrique. Enrique's no longer on that tile. He's got 6 health, but he needs to make, what does he need to make? He needs to make 2 unspeakable horrors against the fallen Shogun. So, and he gets his grit roll. Do I need to do anything before I do this? Do I need to change any weapons? Any layouts? No. So, he's going to be making 2 horror hits against this guy. Did I roll them already? No, he didn't. Okay, so he saves 1. The other one does not work out. So -1 to his sanity, and I'm gonna have him roll for grit. Does not get it. I'm gonna have him make an escape test because I want him to get away from this guy. He fails, so he does not move. Therefore, he takes a corruption hit. He saves it, so he doesn't take any corruption at all. So, what is he going to do? First, he's going to make that 4+. He needs to make. Oh God. Yep, he needs to make that spirit test. So let's see what he gets. He's at 4 spirit. He gets it. Excellent. So that's the final token we needed. He managed to close that gate. If I remember correctly, that's how the rules work. Let's read the rule. Yep, make a spirit test for every roll. Oh, he should have been getting experience for this. So he gets 10 XP for all the successes he got. So that's 5, so he got 50 XP. I should have done that earlier. He's only 20 XP away from leveling. And then when there are 5 or more sanity markers on the gate is sealed. And the gate end cap is replaced with a normal end cap. We'll just say we went from that to that. So now it's sealed. No more monsters spawning. So that's good. We stopped that from happening. Now we just gotta take this guy down. so we did that. Enrique still has his action. He's going to fire... He's just going to probably fire his pistols into this guy. So he gets 6 shots. 6 shots. And he needs 5 pluses. Ooh, he gets 3 criticals. So he doesn't really get any bonuses on this. He just gets to ignore the defense. So we'll just roll these out. So for the first shot, it's 3. So the guy needs to make... The Shogun needs to make 3 4+ saves against these. None of them. He makes none of them. So he lost 3 health. Enrique gained 30 experience. The next shot, another 3. He needs to make 3 D6 4+ saves. Enrique gets 20 XP. And he takes 2 damage. And then the last shot, 5 damage. He needs to make 5d6 4+ saves. Did pretty well, but he still takes 2 damage. And Enrique gained 20 XP. Oh my god, he's so close to death. And Isamu has no grit. I really need him to have grit to... Well, I think we should be able to do it this round. Next would be Montana. Again, she's probably going to do combat. Because she's getting all the benefits of her rifle plus 1 combat instead of just using the rifle. So it would make sense for me to have her use that. But first, she needs to do all her checks. I'm gonna keep her locked in close combat. She's gonna make her grit roll first. Doesn't get it. She's gonna make 2d6 willpower against this guy's unspeakable terror. She makes 1, fails the other. So -1 to her sanity. She's doing great. And then a corruption test of 4+ as well. She failed it, so she does get a corruption point. She is 1 away from mutating. Alright, so we're done with that. She gets 4 combat. She does have a grit, so I can re-roll some of these if I need to. She's also using the Gulch rifle, so she's got the inlay, so she gets a re-roll on... That is the wrong character. Hold on 1 second. I need to make sure iron concentration is... Iron concentration is on gun, not on close combat. So she doesn't get iron concentration, but she does get the re-roll to hit. So she's getting 46 combat with a re-roll to hit. She does have grit, so I can re-roll. If it's a big amount of grit, amount of misses, I'm going to re-roll with grit. Yeah, I'll spend the grit to re-roll that. Re-roll 2 of them. So she gets 1 critical, 2 regular hits. Now her weapon does 2 damage, so the critical is going to add 2 damage to the attack. The regular hits, it's whatever I roll because they will negate the defense too. So here's the critical. So +2 to the roll. I don't get to re-roll this because she does not have iron concentration. That's 3, so 5 points of damage. He needs to make 5d6, 4+ saves. Man, I am good at rolling against myself. He takes 2 points of damage. Montana gets 20 XP. This has been quite the battle. He gets to go this turn, though. That's what scares me. The next attack is whatever I roll. So 3 points of damage, so he needs to make 3d6, 4+ saves. Fails 2 of them. So now you see how awesome armor is. I mean, it goes the same way for players. So she gets 20 XP for that. Hold on a minute. Enrique leveled up. At the beginning of next turn, I'm leveling him. At the beginning of every... So how leveling works is when you reach the level XP, or the XP for that next level, at the beginning of the next activation, you can choose to spend that XP and level them up, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. One, that will give him all his health, sanity back, and it will also give him all these bonuses, of course, for the next combat round. So, where was I? God, I'm talking too much. So he took 2 points of damage. I think I already factored that in. I did. Okay, so the next one is the next attack. Hold on, was one critical? That's right. Okay, so here's the next attack. -2. 2 points of damage. So he gets 20 XP. And he takes 2 damage. God, he's close. But he gets to go. Okay. The thing about his attacks is that if he hits his target with an attack, everybody next to him, next to that target, takes a hit too. It's like he's taking this big swing and just arcing it on everybody. So, that is Montana's turn, maybe? How's everybody doing on health? They're good. Yeah. Alright, so his turn. Well, I haven't been doing initiative. Okay, so it's his, Isamu's, and Murphy's turn. Per usual, monsters are always going first on tied initiative. So, the Fallen Shogun gets to go first. And he's going to roll to see who's going after. Let me check his rules because we didn't get to use them last time. Sport Plus, Ruthless Warlord. He's changing targets every turn. There's no other enemies on the board, so he's not giving +1 combat. Darkstone Radiation, we've already taken care of that. Yep, the Brutal Blade. Every Shogun hit also does 1 hit to each other hero adjacent to the target. And also, the 6+ hits are -1 defense. Oh my god. Okay, so he only gets 2 hits, but still. That sucks. He gets 4+ melee. It's funny because the first round he went, he rolled a 1 and a 3, he didn't get to do anything. So let's see who he's going after first. Ooh, that's Murphy. He wants Murphy. So, if he hits Murphy, the only person he's going to be able to hit on top of him is Montana, so I think we're good because they have a lot of health. So here's 2 hits. On Murphy. So he does get a hit and a miss. The hit does go off on Montana. So let's do Murphy first. Actually, we'll see if it hits Montana. Does not. So he's going to roll against Murphy. Hit Murphy. Murphy needs to roll for his defense against this guy. He's got... Right now, he still has his 4+ defense because it's not a critical. So, 4+ does not get it. So, he deals 4 points of damage to Murphy. Again, this guy's not really heavy on the damage unless he does manage to roll really well on all those hits on... If we were all clumped up, yeah. If he hit Wait, hold on a minute. I'm curious. Would that cascade? Every Shogun hit also... I don't think so. It doesn't say it cascades. Normally there's a rule that says it cascades, meaning that if it hit Montana, it would move on to everybody else around him. It would just keep going, which would be kind of broken. But, anyway, moving on. It didn't hit Montana anyway. We're good. Murphy took 4 points of damage from that hit. We're now on to Isamu and Murphy, and I am pretty sure we're going to watch these two beat the living hell out of this guy. So, I say that, but I tend to jinx myself. So, Isamu's going to be first. I'll do his grip first. Doesn't get it. He's going to make 2 unspeakable horrors. He saves 1. The other one deals 1 point of sanity to Isamu. And then he needs to make a corruption test because he's not really going to be moving. He's close combat. He takes a point. He is one away from mutating. Oh boy. Okay, so Samu gets to do his thing now. He's going to make 3 combat. He's going to be at 3 damage on all of these. He doesn't have any grit, so I can't really give him any bonuses. So it's really... God, I would really like to weed through that armor. So he's really just getting 3 combat with no rerolls. Oh, that's Montana. Yeah, all he's getting is that. I already used the rattlesnake fangs. That's pretty much it. So let's roll them out. That's 3d6 at 3+. Okay, good. So he gets 1 critical and 1 regular. So the critical is going to do whatever I roll plus 3. So we'll do that one first. So whatever I roll plus 3. So 6 points of damage. He needs to make 66 4+ saves. Did pretty good this time. So 4 points of damage is what he took. So Samu took or gained 40 experience. He's still so behind, it's ridiculous. Okay, and he took 4 points of damage. And then the next attack is going to do +1 damage to the roll. Because he's got defense 2 against damage 3. Oh, that was almost a 6. 5 points of damage. He needs to make 5d6 4+ saves. He takes 2 points of damage. And Isamu gained 20 XP. He's finally reached 2/3 of the way to the next level. Everybody else is pretty much close to leveling. Although he caught up to Montana, kind of. Next is Murphy. It's his turn. Murphy, what are you going to do, buddy? First you need to roll your grit. Gets it back. We definitely needed that. So Murphy gains a grit. And on top of that, what are we going to do with him? He needs unspeakable terror checks. He fails both, taking 2 points of sanity. And then he's going to make a corruption test. He passes that. That's good. So he's good on the corruption. We are so close to that. Almost everybody's mutating. With that being done, he now gets to do his combat. He's getting 4 combat with the pickaxe. He gets the Fire Emblem reroll on the damage. 8 pluses. He does double damage. Let's roll them out. We have the grit to reroll them. One critical, a regular hit, 2 misses. I'm going to spend the grit to reroll those 2 misses. Are those 2 crits? Oh! All right, so we got 3 criticals, 3 regular criticals, and a regular hit. I think he's dead. I could roll ones, though. So he's a +1 weapon, so he's getting +1 to these rolls. So we'll just start rolling out the criticals. So the first critical does 5 points of damage. He needs to make 5d6 4+ saves. So he takes 3 points of damage. So that means Murphy gets 30 XP. And he gets 3 points of damage. He is so close. The next hit does 8 points of damage. He needs to make this might be it. He's gonna need to make 8d6 4+ saves, to which he fails miserably. Well, not miserably. He actually did a pretty decent job, but he did take 4 points of damage, which, guess what? He had 4 points of damage. He is dead. So, therefore, Murphy just gained 40 experience for that. Yeah, I had a little bit of doubt on this, because I was like, oh my god. It's a lot of health. But he didn't really They kind of balanced him out by being somebody who couldn't really do a whole lot of damage unless you rolled really, really well for him. That was actually a fun battle. I really enjoyed that. Okay, yes, awesome. So we defeated 2 enemy groups. Let me stop the music here. And we are victorious. I wonder what this music is. I'll keep this one up in the background. I want music that's like, you know, inspiring whenever we win. God, I'm so glad we haven't been failing those Hold Back the Darkness tests. It would have been bad for us in so many ways. So, we succeeded. We killed 2 enemy groups. As a matter of fact, everybody has activated this turn, so... Oh, actually, it doesn't matter. We finished the mission. Let me read what happens. Seal the gate. So, we sealed the gate, we completed the mission, we defeated all the enemies on the board that were alive, and we reached the reward of 25 XP and D6 times 50 gold for the efforts. So, everybody, I really need to add that to this, everybody gets X amount of XP. So, Enrique gained 20, and I'll level him up here in a second. Montana gained 20. Samu gained 20. And Murphy gained 20. Awesome. And D6 gold apiece. So we'll start with the Samu. He's gonna get D6 times 50, so 250 bucks. Montana's gonna get 300 bucks. Samu's gonna get 100 bucks. And then finally, Murphy is gonna get 50 bucks. Poor guy. Oh God. How much do we have on us for... We're gonna have to take mutation. We're gonna have to take corruption tests because I think we have too much Darkstone. We still haven't done loot, so let's do the loot. So since we defeated 2 monster groups, we get 2 loots a pop. So we'll start with Enrique. And Enrique gets double the experience per card, so he's getting 80 experience. He gets to draw an artifact or a gear card if in another world, which I want an artifact. And he gets to draw a gear card or an artifact card in another world. I'm going to draw an artifact. So 2 artifacts from the Forest of the Dead. And what Isamu finds is the Enchanted Skull. Weighs 1. Once per adventure, all heroes may recover 1 grit. I'm keeping that. After each use, the power of the skull fades. On a d6 roll of 1 or 2, discard. Grit may not be used to re-roll this. That's true, but the redeems can change that. So, Enchanted Skull. That is cool. I dig it. I dig it a lot. Put it into view so y'all can see it. Camera's not really doing great on... Yeah. Oh, well. Anyway, and then we find the Serpent Bow. Unfortunately, nobody here can use bows. But it looks pretty sweet, though. Range 8, shots 2. Your range to hit rolls of 6+. That cause 1 or more wounds to the target. Also add a bleeding marker on a d6 roll of 4+. Two-handed, weighs 1, requires agility 4+. I mean, anybody can use bows, but there's some characters that straight up say they don't use bows. And it's only got one upgrade slot. But that's pretty sweet. It's worth some money. Next, we have Montana with her 2 loot. Good God, I'm doing good. Okay, again, 40 XP for her. And she's going to gain, because we are in an other world, I'm going to choose artifact on both. And we're finding some good artifact loot here. Too bad we didn't get this when we were on the derelict ship. So, we got a spirit scroll. Discard to reroll any single die just rolled, even if it has already been re-rolled. Requires spirit 3 or higher. That's awesome. Discard and roll as any single die just rolled. Oof. Rerolling a reroll. That would be great on Murphy when he does his whenever I keep screwing up the rerolls on his damage dice. But you have to discard it. Okay. That is pretty good though. And then the stone mask. Doesn't have any requirements. It's +1 lore, which is good, and +1 max grit. There's somebody in this posse who still is sitting at a 2. Who could use lore, though? That's the question. As a matter of fact, he could use the lore. Montana's probably going to get this, because this would make her a 3 maximum grit, and it would turn her lore from a 4 to from a 3 to a 4, and that would make her as high as everybody else, because everybody's at a 4 lore right now. Probably going to give that to Montana. I'd have to sacrifice something, but that's worth it. And it would probably be, if I have the deck of cards on her, that'll probably be it. Yep, the gambler's deck of cards. I'll probably get rid of that and give her the stone mask. That'll cover her face. As a matter of fact, I'm going to do that right now before I forget, because this is really good for her. So I'll get rid of the gambler's deck of cards. Actually, I'll unequip it because I do need to sell it. And I'm going to give her the stone mask. So this is a closing face. So stone mask. It's worth 550. And it's +1 lore, +1 max grit. Man, this has been a really good event. This adventure was very rewarding. I'll just put this here to show that it's not equipped. So it's 550. We're good to go. So she's now got that, and I need to update her stats. Wait, who had 3? It was Rike. She really needs the grit, though. So I'm going to keep it on her. So now she's a lore 5. So at least I have a character who has a really high lore. So when I get to choose who gets to make a lore test. And her grit is now a 3. I need to update that in the system as well. So let's see what I can do here. Montana. Maximum grit. I will turn that into a 3. Now, she's a maximum 3 grit. That's perfect. With a 5 lore. Very nice. Now that we're done with that, I'll put this in that other pile. That's my discard pile. And I should put the stasis bomb in there too. After that, it's Isamu. He gets two loot as well. He gets an artifact, because I'm going to choose that. And he gets 250 gold plus 25 because of Murphy's ability of good find. So he's gonna get 40 experience, 275 gold. We made some decent gold this adventure. And an artifact card. Okay. Found a rusty stick shooter. Range 5, shots 2. Starts each adventure with a number of dead man shots markers equal to half your hero level. So Enrique's 4, so he gets 2 dead man shots. I gotta look up what dead man shots do. Once per turn, discard a dead man shot marker to add d6 damage to one of your hits with your gun. I think I'm gonna have this and the ornate pistol because then I can have the ornate pistol add +2 damage per turn on an attack, or is it per adventure? Hold on. Once per fight. And the ornate pistol isn't as great as I was hoping for it to be. This doesn't have any upgrade slots though. But I get per adventure I get 2 shots at an additional d6 damage. That is actually pretty good. A rusty 6-shooter. And then finally we got Murphy. Please don't find any Darkstone. Damn it. Okay, so he finds 2 Darkstone. He gets 50 experience, 2 Darkstone, 225 gold. Put those away. So what did we find exactly? Okay, Murphy's getting close to leveling. He's almost 5,000 in gold. Isamu's got plenty too. Enrique's doing well. To be honest with you, I'm really disappointed in that ornate pistol right now. I didn't realize it was per fight. It's only 2 damage. Oh! It's not... Okay. Oh, on a hit. Yeah. I almost want to say the regular pistols are better with the upgrades on it. And I'm half tempted to get rid of the Darkstone grips and put on Darkstone inlay and a core on each so I can get +1 damage on these pistols. I don't remember how many upgrade slots the ornate pistol gets, though. It might not have any. If it doesn't have any, I don't know why I bought it. So, we did all the loot. There's no catch your breath phase because it's over. But we do have to tally up all the Darkstone. Let me make doubly sure. I might have to buy some Darkstone boxes for people because I think I only can hold 16. So, we've got... On Murphy, we got the 1 Darkstone box, so that's 8. We have the Tansu box on Isamu, so that's 16. I don't think she has a box on her. No. And then, yeah, I don't think he does either. Oh, he does have a tomb chest. Okay, so we've got a total of 24 we can hold without taking any corruption. So that means, let's tally up how many Darkstone pieces we have. We have, let's see, we got 9, 14, 17 there. And then we have on people, 1, 2... Could be 3. Yep, 3. 4. So 4. So that's 21. We're safe. We don't have to take any corruption. We have 21, and we can actually house 24 items inside the Darkstone boxes that we have. Actually, hold on a minute. No, we got more than that. So we have 21, 22, 23, 24. Nope. We happen to have just enough to fill those boxes in. So, yeah, we have 24 total that we can hold without taking corruption. We have 24 items and Darkstone that would take corruption. We're good to go. So, with that being done, I'm going to reset everybody. So, per usual, at the end of the adventure, everybody gets their health, sanity back, and they get 1 grit to spend for travel stay, town stay, and it carries on to the next adventure. Whoops. So I'll refresh. Yes, there we go. Everybody's now at full health. Oh, we're no longer in the Forest of the Dead, so Enrique should actually be back to 10 sanity. I'm glad we got Enrique out of that room as quickly as we could. Okay, so what time is it? I think we're doing good. Yeah, you know what? It's only 6. Okay, I'd say we have like another hour and a half. I think we can get through a travel hazard, a town stay, and then we can call it a night. And then we can pick back up on either Thursday or Friday. I am debating on adding another day a week for the stream because I'm trying to do taking a little break here from this. What I'm trying to do is Tuesdays are going to be paint days. I want to paint miniatures. I want to get as many of these guys done as possible. I painted some last week. I just need to base them and put a varnish on them, and then they're done. I'm gonna put up a poll either tonight or tomorrow, asking y'all what you want me to paint. And Tuesday, I'm gonna spend that day painting and just kind of talking and hanging out. Thursday, I'm gonna see if I can find Arkham Horror. If I can't find Arkham Horror, I'm gonna bring out Eldritch Horror and play. If I can't find the Investigator and the Ancient One cards by Thursday, I'm going to play Eldritch Horror. Because I do have everything for that, I think. And I'll play that on Thursday because it's October, Halloween month, and I kind of want to play some diverse games. Even though this game has some awesome horror aspects to it, I'm like, come on, let's play. You know, we got tons of other games. Like, I figured Thursday would be a good break day for Shadows of Brimstone, and I can just play Shadows of Brimstone on Friday and Sunday. Maybe Saturday if I can find a crew to play on. I'm still trying to figure things out with a couple other members that are interested in playing here. And of course, character creation. We have to sit down and actually decide what it is they want to play and what the dynamic they want. Which in a lot of ways, I kind of built a balanced team here of ranged and melee, and it worked out really well with this game. But anyway, Enforcer's just, I mean, so far every character's shown how great they really are. It just takes you to level 4 to finally level 4 and getting the right gear to make the characters amazing. But yeah, so Tuesdays I want to do paint days. Part of me wants to add another paint day because I want to get as many of these models done as possible. It's hitting the camera, but I want to paint as many of these as possible, and I'm debating on turning Monday into a paint day, or maybe turning Monday into a paint day, having an off day on Tuesday, and then paint day on Thursday, and then back into Shadows for the weekend. Might be what I'm gonna do. But it also depends on what my personal life stuff's what's happening in my personal life for me to decide on that. But either way. So that's the plan. And I'll go back to this. Give me a second. I just want to refresh. I want to freshen up on some water, and I'll be right back. Okay. You're gung-ho for it now, but suggest you keep some days free. It's good for mental health to have some time in between. Not to mention the people need time to catch up on your VODs once you get a decent pile of them going. Yeah, no, I agree. Um, like I said, I'm just debating on it. And for me, like, painting, very much good mental health day. Coming on here and just painting miniatures. I kind of removed the VOD anyway for the paint days because I'm like, there's really nothing to other than just hanging out and talking. And it's nice to relax and just paint. But like I said, I'm still in debate about it because nothing too. It all depends on like what I have going on. So and things are getting a little bit busy. But anyway, we're done with this place. And the cool thing is, we are now going to a feudal village, and if we can find a weaponsmith, I really need to fix that discard pile. I've been neglecting it. Cool thing is, uh, they have the weaponsmith, and the weaponsmith has the void cores, and that's what I'm after right now, because I've noticed that characters who have the void cores, having that +1 damage can make a huge difference. Ignoring defense, ignoring certain abilities, it's really important to have. So we can get rid of all this. And this over here. And I need to find the feudal village. I'll be right back because I gotta find the feudal village booklet because that's gonna give me all my travel hazards. And I need to pull out all the content for the feudal village as well, which there's quite a bit. So if you all give me 1 second, I will be right back. I'm just gonna put this on the pause screen first. everybody. Oh, it didn't play. You know why? Because I turned it off. I apologize if I have to turn it on. So yeah, I'm currently, welcome back, currently 3D printing token holders for tokens of Brimstone. When I was playing originally, stuff wasn't a bit, I totally understand. Hydrate up. Thank you for the hydrate, Hexa. But, now, Bishop, I totally understand. When the game first came out, I remember a buddy of mine and I were, like, debating what we wanted to do with all the tokens. And there was one token, like 3D printed token holder that people were selling online, and it was nice, but it still didn't hold anywhere near enough because the game has too many damn tokens. So, like, we found these, of course, the tackle boxes, and it worked great for, like, the first Kickstarter. I think I had, like, 3 of these filled. And then, of course, the next Kickstarter came out, and I was like, no, at this point, I'm keeping it all in the bags. And I just started proxying, because I was like, I'm tired of pulling out all these damn tokens. So that's why I was happy of doing the stream, because, like, when I do the stream, I actually get to, like, create, you know, button presses and stuff and just kind of move them around the screen. It makes this, to me, it makes this game so much easier than pulling these damn things out all the time. Because I have to admit, I love Shadows of Brimstone, but this is the game that has way too many tokens. There is actually another game that is a one-off game that has way too many tokens, in my opinion, and that's Deep Madness? It's basically, what's it called? It's Dead Space, but underwater. Really cool game. I love the fact that there was like a time, like, oh, we got ad break in 5 minutes, everybody. I loved the game because I liked the time restriction on it. Every round, you had a chance of rooms being flooded. And once that happens, trying to traverse the station became much more difficult. I loved it. I loved that. I loved all the different types of monsters. It felt like I was playing Dead Space, but underwater. And it was so cool. And like this one group made like music, ambience music for it specifically. And for every single room tile, there was 2 different tracks. There was the basic track, which was just, you know, you're just in the room and it's eerie and creepy. And there was another track that was for when it actually it corrupted, and now it's like it was just so cool. But there were so many tokens, way too many tokens for what it was, and I was just like, I remember stumbling on that, and I was like, man, you know, I remember telling myself, Shadows of Brimstone's pretty bad, but this is worse. Too bad though, because the models were beautiful, the game tiles were beautiful. I love the game idea. When a game has too many tokens, it's just too much for me. That's why I usually kind of house rule on some things for Shadows of Brimstone. Or actually, now that I've got the stream, like I said earlier, I got the stream and I have a token builder on the stream. Like, for example, I can go here, create token. I'll go ahead and reset them all now. I think that is why things aren't working. I pressed that button, and it's not resetting. I think I might have solved why I'm having issues. Because now, sorry, I'm just gonna do some troubleshooting here. If I press this, if I go to tokens, and I want to do this, it works. You know what? Never mind. Anyway, so it's oh my god. Okay, so it works some days it doesn't. I guess it's just OBS acting up with Advanced Scene Switcher. So anyway, what I would use is I have all these different buttons with all these different things, and they have little reminders on them what they do. So I can be like, hey, I need a bleeding marker. So I click on bleeding, and it switches it to bleeding. So it's showing me that I'm -3 health per marker. The only problem is it's not showing me how to get rid of the marker. If I remember correctly, I think bleeding you have to spend grit. But either way, I've got all these different things. I've got archives for the archive tokens. I've got patrols for the patrol tokens in Tradera, scavenge tokens, then of course the different focus tokens like key, ambition for the conquistadors. So like this stuff here, I can kind of just leave it next to the character card and be like, that's what we have for it. The only thing is it does get a little bit annoying going back and forth between the different tokens. I'm trying to find a better way to do it. Um, it's funny because that's where I'm at. I have 3 tackle boxes currently, and I think I still have token sheets that aren't punched. You and me both. I still have from the last Kickstarter and from all the recent stuff that I picked up. I haven't punched any of them out because I'm just like, I'd rather, if I ever play Shadows of Brimstone, it's on the stream, and I just want the tokens here on the stream. And the beautiful thing is the way I built this thing is I can add as many tokens as I want to it. Like right now, I have 15. I can make it 30 if I wanted to. It's got how many different tokens? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's 14, 20, 22 tokens. And I can increase it as many as I want, really. I don't remember how I built it. But either way, like I can generally add as many as I want. And I've got all the base ones done, all the base focuses done. And that's my goal, is trying to make everything on the everything that's a pain in the ass put on the stream, because it really gets annoying. But I'm thinking about getting rid of the focus ones, and I'm going to add another circle on the player plates that's just going to say focus. So if somebody's using Fury, they just have to remind themselves they're using Fury, and we can go up and down on that, no problem. Just like using Grit. So I'd rather do it that way. But yeah, no, you and I were in the same house, Bishop. It was a pain to deal with. And I remember my buddy Tom and I were like, every time a new Kickstarter come in, we'd be like, oh my god, how are we gonna handle this? 10 seconds till the break, everybody. I'll just sit here and shoot the shit and prepare everything so that we can continue with the travel stay. So I'll see you all after break. But yeah, it's... Oh my god. I love this game. I just need a bigger table. I also need to program a few other things in here to interact with, and it didn't show up. Give me 1 second to fix that. I think if I do this, it'll fix it. Yep. Wonder why it's doing that. I must have turned it off. I'll have to find a way to fix that. So we're gonna have to roll for travel, see what size town we have. Village raid. What? I need to read the books. I have not read this one yet. Yeah, this came out just before the last Kickstarter. Hey everybody, welcome back from the break. I'm just going through the books here, and I'm realizing I've been missing out on some opportunities. Because I don't remember this being in the Frontier books. Unless it's something I've been not looking out for. It is something I just have not been looking up for. So yeah, I need to read the adventure books for the towns, because apparently I've been missing out on the fact that I can be doing town adventures. Because there's new missions. I'm going to have to take up on these, because there's some decent rewards for doing these too. Feudal Village expansion has 6 new missions to challenge your heroes. These can be played as special missions triggered by in-town events, or simply mixed into your new or current campaign to expand your adventures into the town itself. Playing a mission in town. Missions in town work just like missions in the fortress. In a fortress, heroes start the adventure with 1 grit, as normal. Damage they might have from the previous travel town. Stick around, and 1 hero takes the old lantern and makes pull back the darkness test, etc. This is new. To make the town mission more challenging, you may draw an infamous feudal bandit gang card at the start of the game to apply it to all feudal bandit uh, in the mission. How does this work? This mission uses the Village Adventure game board. I'm gonna have to read this. Have you played using the hex crawl rules at all? I have not. Might be something I might look into. I might actually, because I have a group that wants to play, and I do want to make it a little bit more interesting, and that might be a good idea to use the hex crawl rules. Now, are you talking about the expanded rules that were created by users, or? 'Cause I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So I remember on Board Game Geek, they have a whole bunch of expanded rule sets for Shadows of Brimstone. I remember building some of my own at one time. I kind of lost them. My main thing I wanted to do was actually build, like, random, rare, unique, legendary loot finds for everything you find in the regular gear deck. I always wanted to build that, and I was working on it. I had some really cool rules for it, and then I lost them. I have. No, I think I lost them. Yeah, they're available on BGG, yeah. Because I remember seeing that, and I remember thinking that'd be cool to check out. And I might have to check that out and add it to the game. Like, the big one that I'm gonna have some other streamers join in on, I think I'm gonna add that to it to make it a little more interesting and exciting. And the beautiful thing is that it's all digital, so I can just throw it on the stream and use it. I've never played with it, but it looks amazing. But it wasn't out back when I originally played. I could have sworn it's been out for a while though, because I remember seeing it back when Forbidden Fortress was released. Because it was well before COVID that I remember seeing the rules for it. Now, it might have been like the original version of it, but I remember seeing that and thinking to myself, man, this is something I need to add to gameplay, because I just love that idea. But I'll have to dig that up. But I remember them having also some really awesome cards for, like, money, Darkstone, all that. It would really diversify my stream. I agree completely. Time Roller, how you doing? Good to see ya. Was enjoying the stream the other day, yesterday, by the way. It was yesterday, right? Sorry, my concept of time is going away. I've been waking up all week thinking it's the next day. But yeah, I was definitely enjoying the stream with the ants. Very chill stream. I highly recommend also everybody watching Time Roller. If you're into board games, it's a really good stream. Really chill, really fun to watch. Let me give you a shout out here, buddy. There we go. Yep, that was yesterday. Okay, good. I'm not going crazy. I will need to probably turn the light on. But yeah, I've got probably another 45 minutes, and then we're done. So I guess we'll continue. But yeah, I agree with you, Bishop, 100%. That is a good idea, and I'm going to look into it. This is what I'm loving about streaming, is I'm getting a lot of people coming on here and being like, hey, have you ever thought of this? And I'm like, hell yeah. For example, Zestef gave me the idea of painting my bases of my models, of my models, to kind of make them pop a little bit more. I'm not going to do it to the monster models. I'm going to leave them as they are with the black side on the bases. But I think my hero models, I'm going to paint them. I do have glow-in-the-dark paint, acrylic paint that I'm going to use. And I'm going to put that on the base. I'm going to have a UV light shining somewhere in here on the models so that the hero models pop. But again, I have to paint the models first. And I kind of want to get back to the point of being confident enough to do detail work on these guys, because of course my hero models are all resin. So like Murphy, for example, I want to make sure I paint him right. So, but luckily, I think it's mostly just gonna be a lot of washes anyway, so I think we're good there. But anyway, let's go to the travel stay. After a successfully completed mission, we have to roll and see. This is just my general rule. You can choose which one you want to do. I always like rolling, so I'm like, I'm going to roll a d8, and it's going to determine which size town I'm going to. That would be a medium-sized town. So, because on a 1 through 3, small, 4 through 6, medium, 7 or 8, large. And I'm kind of grateful for the medium-sized one. So what it's going to do is it's going to force me to get a travel hazard on every character. So we'll get the medium-sized village out. This one right here. And do I have the tokens? I had them. Here they are. Well, we'll do that here in a second. So first thing we need to do, I'll use these to kind of, well, I guess I can use a die. I got some over here. There we go. We have 4. These are my custom dice, by the way. They came in. Love them. The only problem is I started using them, and even though they're cat's eye and they're pretty high on the Moe's hardness rating. Like I think like what 2 levels below diamond. I think they're chipping when I'm using them. So, because I noticed that one of them had like a chip. Oh, I think this is it. No. Well, either way, we're on a 4. So, another thing too is I'm using the digital dice for for another reason. When you all start spending your redeem points on the redeem interface at the bottom of the screen, I am going to use these to show you which ones are the ones that are being used, like the +1 die, the +1 on the roll die, or +1 roll. Is it a reroll? No, it's +1 on the roll. So, yeah. So, for example, I can be like, +1 roll. I'm very confused. All right. I'm just gonna. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I'm not mixed up. You can see the colored die based on the -1 or the +1 on the die. For example, let's say I wanted to do a +1 roll on something. You'll see this come up. That's the +1 die. So it's no lower than a 2, and it's got 2 6s on it. So that's when you all start generating enough points to spend on that redeem points to spend on that marker. Have you ever wait, hold on. Have you ever even Brimstone, bro? I might have Brimstone a few times. Might not show it, but I've been there. So let's go ahead and do the travel hazards. I put the book right here, didn't I? I sure did. I also kind of want to scan every little thing of these books so I don't have to use them anymore because they are getting worn. So, all right, expanded travel hazard chart. Samu should be happy about being here. He's back home. So, we are gonna roll. Let me ban someone for a second here. Oh, look at that, an account that was created today. Whoops. Okay, I will need to pull the chat out of this. There we go. Alright, so... Camera move? I am hitting it on occasion. Alright, so we need to roll D36, which we all know the rules. Like, you choose one die to be the 10ths, and then you roll out. But luckily for me, I use this dice roller, so I have an actual die that shows 10ths. So we'll roll that out. We're looking at a 15. So, Watchtower. Rising up in the... Oh, we do have the stagecoach, so I can ignore some of these if they're really bad. Rising up from the distance, an armed watchtower stands next to the road. As you approach, the flags flying overhead can be seen depicting the icon of a rival samurai house. The heroes must either take the long way around, adding 3 additional travel hazards. We're going to go ahead and... Well, actually, let me take a look. Or confront the guards. Each hero rolls 4 dice using either their base range to hit or melee hit values. Everybody has to do this? Yeah, everybody. So, Each hero rolls 4 dice using either their base range to hit or melee to hit values, not modified by items or abilities. For each hit rolled, the hero takes out a guard, gaining 10 XP. For each miss rolled, the hero takes D6 hits. I'm going to use the wagon. I'm going to avoid this because I don't want 3 additional travel hazards. And I don't want to take any damage that's going to roll over to the next adventure. And they do two damage a pop, by the way. And as we've seen, some of my rolling has been pretty poor. So, use the stagecoach on that one. 3rd travel hazard. God, they can get worse, though. 65. That's pretty high up there. Usually the higher the better. Oh, great, of course. Forest ambush. So not only were we about to confront a bunch of guards at some rival house, but now we're dealing with an ambush. Traveling through a shadowy forest, you get a bad feeling, but it's too late. Musket shot whiz past your head as a mutated group of Takobaki clan foot soldiers form ranks and fire off their flintlock rifles. Laying in wait, they set up their trap to rob unwary travelers of Darkstone. They can take ours, I don't care. Oh, actually, we need them. Yeah, we need them. Each hero must make an Agility 5+ test. Oh, of course, our weakest ability. Or Lore 5+ test. If passed, gain 25 XP, and you are able to evade the worst of the attack, escaping the forest to meet up with the rest of the party. If failed, you are grazed by a musket shot, allowing the Takobaki to scavenge your belongings for Darkstone. Lose D3 Darkstone, or 1 item with a Darkstone icon. Enrique does not have Darkstone on him, so I can't get rid of Darkstone. Also, due to your bumps and bruises, you lose all grit. That would be bad for Enrique. And he's got a lore 3+, but he does have grit, so I can spend grit. So, what's the roll? 5+. So, 3d6, he's a 3, so he needs to make 3d6, 5+. Whoops. He's gonna spend a grit to re-roll that. I'm not in the... There we go. So he's gonna spend a grit to re-roll that, so mine as well. So 3d6 again, he needs a 5+. Come on, buddy. Wow. Wow. No Darkstone stuff in here. No, there is. The Oathbreaker's axe, that's gone. Can't get rid of his pistols because they're starting items. They are not affected by it, and he doesn't really have anything else on him that's... Yeah, it would have been the axe. So, that's a shame. So he lost the axe. Next we go to Montana. She's got a better lore than she does... Let me read that again. It doesn't matter. It's 5+ on either one. So she's got a better lore than she does agility. So she's got a 5 lore. So she's going to roll that out. Oh, and Enrique loses all of his grit. He had 3. Now he's down to 0. So Montana's going to make a 5 lore check against these guys. Needs a 5+. For the life of me, I cannot make any of these. So she's going to use a grit to re-roll that. 5 dice. I'm going to scream if I don't make another one. Okay, there we go. So she passes this one. She gets, what, 25 XP? Yeah. So Montana generates 25 XP. Oh, that's right. I need to upgrade Enrique. I forgot to do that. I'll do that here after this. Should have done it before all this. That might have made a difference. Isamu is going to make a lore check because his agility's a 2. So he's got a 4 lore. Am I seriously going to spend all the grit that we gained before this? So, wow, 1s and 2s. He gets it. He's safe. So he gets, what was it, 25 again? That's kind of stupid that I'm rolling this bad. And Murphy again, he's also got a 4 lore. He passes with flying colors. He gets 25. So Enrique got his ass whooped as he got assaulted by the ambush of Takobaki rifleman. After that, I'm going to upgrade Enrique, which I should have done earlier. And so he's at 3,000. Actually, he's at 3,150. God, he gets so much XP. Scoundrel on Bandito is amazing. So I'm going to spend that 3,000, and I'm going to pull the rulebook out, and I'm going to level him up. It would only make sense for me to do that. So I'm going to spend 3,000 experience. Kind of want a chick-ching sound whenever I do that. I might add that to the stream for fun. And then I'm going to level him up to level 5. I've never had anybody above a level 5. Because I've always loved creating new characters. But here we go. Alright, level 5 for Enrique. So, anybody new to this game? I know Bishop knows what we're doing here, but every time you level up, this is my book of character creation and character modification, whatever. It's a little bit worn. He's a bandito. He's actually at the beginning of this, so it should be easy for me. So what we do is we actually have to roll... hello. Oh, I think it's broken. I think it's finally showing its age. So, we have this sheet here, and first thing we do is we roll on a free upgrade. It's 2d6, and whatever we roll, we get on this sheet. And then after that, we have to flip this thing over and choose what skill we want down the skill tree. So, first things first, we'll roll that 2d6. 11. That's pretty good. No. I'm making him ranged, and I got +1 combat. Oh, no. It couldn't be anything else. Was it an 11? Dang, man. I'm going to have to outfit him with some close combat weapons as a precaution. Because what's funny is that this is what's been happening. I've been finding good gear for his close combat, and he's crazy is that Bandito's stupid good in close combat. But I really wanted him to be a well-rounded ranged, and he has been doing good at that. But +1 combat, he's now a 3 combat. That's just ridiculous. Okay, damn it. There's nothing on here at all for... Nothing for ranged. So, level 5. I rolled an 11. +1 combat. You know what sucks? I really want more sanity. I really need more sanity on him. I mean, +1 initiative would have been sick too, but... Damn. Okay. So he's +1 combat now. I'm now rethinking what I should build him. The unfortunate thing is, he is built for shooting. I mean, I can still make him close combat, but it's just, oh, that sucks. Okay, so then we look at the other side. So we've already upgraded him with Sinister Laugh. I think it's Swinging Fists. No, we've been straight up going down the Scoundrel line. So he's got Sinister Laugh, which was giving him, anytime you kill an enemy on a d6 roll of 5 or 6, you can recover a grit. And he got +1 max crit for that. Then we went down to Twitch. Once per adventure, gain +4 initiative till the end of your turn. And +1 max crit. Lovable Scoundrel. You gain double the XP listed on the loot and scavenge cards, +1 spirit. If I wanted to, I can go down to his final, which would be stupid of me not to. Won't stay dead. At the start of each turn, heal 1 wound on a d6 roll of 4+. If KO'd instead, you may recover on a d6 roll of 4+. You must still roll on an injury or madness. But what's good about that is I don't have to spend someone's turn to get him back. So I'm curious, though. I mean, the good thing is I haven't been going down Barrage. And with that +2 combat, I'm looking at Swinging Fists. Let me do... Or I can make his Dynamite's attacks better. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go down... Continue down Scoundrel, and I'm going to make him Won't Stay Dead. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm going to do that. So, I'm going to give him Won't Stay Dead. Are you using the original or revised rules? I have the original set, but when I get back to playing again, I'm going to start using the revised. So I did buy the revised kit for the original core games. I'm noticing that some of them didn't really update some of the things. Like there's some monsters that I still have the 2015 card, and I'm like, some of the rules don't make sense to me, but I just follow them just the same. But I am using the updated. I should be using the updated. You know what? Let me check something out. Just in case. This is not the updated card. I would have gotten +2 corruption resist instead of combat. Bishop, good call. Thank you. I'm going to have to rescan these and add them. Because... that's still the same. That's still the same. That's still the same. That's still the same. So basically, it looks like the skills are still the same. It's just they changed the Bandito upgrade bonuses. So I'm going to have... Thank you for reminding me, Bishop. I'm going to have to go through all of these. Because now that I'm thinking about it, when I made this book, it was with the original game. And I didn't get the upgrade kit till 2020, 2021. Hello and greetings, Mad Art! How you doing, buddy? Let me go ahead and give you... I am doing... What's up, my handsome brother? I am doing great, bro. Let me give you a shout out. There we go. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go through all of this because I would prefer the +2 corruption over the +1 combat. It would only make sense because they really made... I guess I get why they've updated the rules because they really made those free upgrades for combat. It's like, why would I choose anything else? So, yeah. See, +1 combat, and here it says, I'll take the +2 corruption. I'll use the updated rule set. That makes a lot more sense. Also, he could use that. With his low willpower, it makes more sense. So, +2 to corrupt resist. So that's going to bring him back down to a 2 combat. Yeah, Bishop, you just saved my ass. No problem. I remember there was a bunch of balancing changes. Yeah, and I'm glad they did that because they were really focusing on making this a close combat dude. And it's like, I don't know, when I think of a Bandito, I think of dynamite and bullets. I think of, what's the name of that movie? The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. So, he's getting +2 to corruption resist, so therefore he's at a 7. Oh. This is why I stopped doing paper, because now some of this pencil is permanent. So... where are you? We got player 1, who's max corruption. is now a 7. That's sick. Okay, so he's level 5. He's got 150 XP. I think it's now 4,000 XP for the next level. And I think it's another 1,500 on top of that for level 7. I know that level 6 is when it starts becoming more difficult to level up. At least I think so. I'd have to look back into it. But either way. So yeah, I'm going to choose the Won't Stay Dead ability. Although I do kind of like the Barrage. I feel like Barrage would really help him out in combat, because once per turn, use 1 grit to gain +1 shot with each weapon. With each gun you are firing this turn. So he would go from a 6 to a 8. You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to go with Barrage. Won't Stay Dead is pretty dang slick, but it was the Lovable Scoundrel is exactly what I wanted. Because that's going to make leveling so easy. So we'll do Barrage. And Barrage, once per turn. One grit equals +1 shot for each gun. Each one-handed gun. That's what it is. One-handed gun. That's going to be pretty handy. Especially with his 4 max grit. I just need to get more abilities to, or items to help him build up his grit. Oh, I need to put this back in there. So I will need to update this. And that means I need to update it also for the player book I have on my Discord, which I need to update that anyway. Everybody else should be okay except for all the base characters. So I'm going to have to go through all the base characters and rescan. Again, Bishop, I can't thank you enough for reminding me about that. That is very important. There. So we upgraded our Bandito to level 5. So good for Enrique. Now that that's over, on to the next travel hazard. And it's going to be 43. Yes, I do remember that. If I remember correctly, I think they updated the... I do know the cards are different. I know I updated the cards. I just don't think I updated the player sheets, which would explain that they're in these. Although I really wish they did what they did with all the add-ons. Like, gave us a piece of paper. I just like that better, instead of being in the book. But I mean, I get why they did the book, but it's just... The piece of paper, you can actually make your own binder with all the characters' notes. That's better than having to run into these things all the time. That's why I always like the expansion characters. They came with a sheet of paper. So that means I need to run to Staples and make some prints. So that was a 43, right? So 43, we got Tsunami. We've done this one before. As your travels take you along the coastline, the winds rage, whipping up a massive tsunami that crashes over the land, threatening to sweep away all in its path. Each hero must make a Luck 4+ test to avoid being swept away by the rushing waters. If failed, roll a d6 for each side bag, each tokens in your side bag. On a 1, 2, or 3, it's swept away. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any grit except for Murphy. Yeah. Do we have any tonics? Nope, we spent all of them, and I think we had 5. Oh, okay, so how's everybody on luck? Montana's not good. Now, Murphy's awesome on luck, but we'll start with Enrique. He's got a 4 luck. And he needs a what? Is it a 5+? No, it's a 4+, so that's... odds are good. Enrique's good. Montana's got a 2 luck. She passed it. Next is Isamu, who's a 3. Passed it. And then finally, Murphy, who's a straight up a 5 luck. He should get this. Oh god, yeah, he did. Okay, so unfortunately, there's no experience gained on this, so nothing there. And then we got our final travel hazard, and then we're back at the feudal town. And I'll be honest with you, I'm probably gonna call it there. We'll pick up at the town the next time we come back to the game. So 2d6. That's a 56. It's a pretty high number. We are dealing with a temple dog attack. A pack of vicious temple dogs have been tracking your party for days and have found the opportunity to strike. Each hero must make a cunning 5+ test to outwit the stone lions, or a strength 5+ test to overpower them. If passed, gain 10 XP. If failed, you are pulled from your saddle and ravaged by the creatures. Roll a d6 for every clothing item you have, not including your personal item. On a roll of 1 or 2, it is torn apart and destroyed by the savage attack. I plan on getting armor, so I'm not cool with it, but I would like to sell the stuff. But I plan on getting armor. And I think we got plenty of money to start doing that. So it's what, a strength or a cunning 5+. Both are 5+. So I'm seeing better strength on my team than I am cunning. So Enrique's got a 4. He needs to make a 5+ against this. He fails. So he's pulled out of the wagon by the temple dogs, and they are going to tear apart. What does he have? He has his soldier's belt, so we need to roll a d6. On a 1 or 2, it is destroyed. Son of a bitch. Okay, so he's no longer an 8 capacity. He is now a 6, and he lost the soldier's belt. Dang. That's rough. Okay, next is Montana. She's got a 3 strength or a 3 cunning. It doesn't matter. It's going to be a 3d6, 5+ roll. She is safe. She always seems to do pretty decent on the travel hazards. Isamu is a strength 4, so 4d6, a 5+ roll. He doesn't have any grit. He has no way of doing this. Okay, well, he's pulled from his saddle, and he's got his bandana, which, oh god, I don't want him losing any of this. So here's his bandana. That's good. Please don't lose the shoulders. The kataginu. He's safe. He was pulled off of it, but safe. No damage or anything, just torn clothing. Apparently they want us naked. Murphy is next. He's got a 5 strength. I mean, come on, Murph. You got a 5 strength. Oh, god, yeah. Oh, he beat the hell out of those dogs. Okay, so he's good. What time is it? Yeah, it is almost 8 o'clock. Okay, so I am going to probably have to end it here. But we had a pretty good adventure today. It was a lot of fun. Especially fighting that fallen shogun. That was a wild fight. And oh yeah, that was a blast. I enjoyed today's adventure. That was a lot of fun. So it was scary, but we got into the Forest of the Dead, meaning we have to go back to the feudal village, which is what I want. And if we find a excuse me, my eyes are gonna need eye drops here soon. But we got into the Forest of the Dead, so therefore we can come back to the feudal village and find ourselves a weapon master, because I want some void crystals on some guns. I want to trade up. I want to trade up the pistol's grips with rerolls and extra damage. I think that would be a better choice than what I've got right now. Because the thing that's different between close combat and ranged is that all your ranged attacks are different per weapon. So If I'm shooting with this pistol, I'm using whatever. Those shots from that pistol are are basically being upgraded by what's on that gun. The same thing with the gun on the other hand. Close combat's a different story. It's all pooled together. All pooled together to be like one attack. So close combat is actually pretty amazing. It's just you have to be in close range for it, and it can be scary being next to guys with fear. So, so anyway, so yeah, we're gonna call it there. Again, thank you all for showing up. I'm gonna see who we can raid into tonight. Oh, that reminds me. I needed to switch this over to the next phase. I didn't change it. I get to fix that tonight. So yeah, if you notice the marker is in the wrong spot. So if I do this, it's on a spot that was in the original version of this, and I changed it. Okay, I can fix that, no problem. But anyway, yeah, we'll be here at the feudal village next adventure, where hopefully we find a like I said, a weapon master or something, because we need that, and we're gonna need to get rid of a mutation. As nice as it is to have the armor saves, she's just too slow, man. That -2 movement is just, it's painful. It's painful. So let me see who we can raid into. Channel. Who do we got for board games? We got a lot of people playing board games. Oh, it's Sunday night. That's usually when everybody's playing, so we got plenty. Let me set it dedicated to board games. We got board game Steph playing tonight. Not saying exactly what they're playing right now, but I'm guessing they're playing an assortment tonight. Bloodborne. Ooh, Bloodborne. I was actually planning on playing that one of these days. I've been reading the book, and I want to feature it on the stream, and if I like it enough, I might actually build assets for it for the stream. Be an interesting watch. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So we got a gray crow. Yeah, I was gonna say a gray crow 101. We're gonna go ahead and raid into them. I actually kind of want to watch them play this too. So just a little curious as to. Oh, hold on a minute. I am having problems with the raid. I'm wondering if Twitch is having issues. Hold on a second. Let me see if I'm raiding to someone else. We'll try Board Game Steph. Nope. Apparently, I just can't raid into them. Okay, so we're gonna raid into Board Game Steph. Board Gamer Steph. They are playing Pinched. Oh, I like it. Looks pretty cool. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I saw a whole bunch of them, but I'm wondering if it's like delayed on Twitch or something. So that's all I'm seeing. Like that's the only one I was actually able to raid into Time Roller. So we're gonna raid into Board Gamer Steph tonight. Kind of dig what she's running into. Some people have raids turned off. Did not know that was an option. Wonder why you would want to do it. That's interesting. Okay. I guess it's like, I get it though, to a degree. It could be a distraction while you're in the middle of playing a board game, but still, like, inviting more people to watch you and stuff, and kind of spread, you know, what you're playing. I don't know, it just seems kind of important to streaming to me. So we're gonna go ahead and raid into Board Gamer Steph. Let me go and turn all this on. It didn't go away because I don't have it programmed. Okay, so that's on me. Harassment prevention. Yeah, that makes sense. Did it already jump in? It did. Okay. Again, everybody who's still here, thank you so much for showing up. I appreciate you. Um, I will see you the next time. It's going to be on Tuesday. So you have yourselves a great Sunday, and I'll see you then.